Hello, everybody. Who is ready for a block-a-thon? Our longest live video on YouTube yet today. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Happy Mother's Day. It's so great to see all of you. I'm going to give everybody a few minutes to come on in and get situated. Happy Mother's Day, May the 10th. I hope you're having a fantastic morning so far. I hope that today you get to do something you enjoy doing, like sewing. If you're watching on the replay, I'm so glad you're here. This is going to be a longer video today. Today we're making these 6 quilt blocks. Oh, right there. 6 quilt blocks. I have my drinks ready. I have a hot tea, a Gatorade, and an ice water. I have some donuts and marshmallows and almonds in case I need a snack. And we will be taking a potty break, right? That will be required. Thank you. Harlan got me that orchid for Mother's Day. It reminds me of my Nana. My Nana loved orchids. So Harlan got me one for Mother's Day. Wasn't that sweet? I love it. Yes, today we're doing 6 quilt blocks. Oh, you had breakfast in bed. That is awesome. Awesome. Yes, this is going to be a fun day. I'm glad that you're spending part of your day with me. Thank you so much. We're going to be starting off nice and easy today with our first quilt block called Scrap Wonder. I have all of my pieces for all of the blocks cut out, and so the transition between blocks should go pretty simple. I have lots and lots of questions. So if you're not sewing with me live and you're just hanging out today, there's fun stuff for you to do today too. I hope you play along. And if you're watching on the replay, feel free to answer the questions down in the comment section. We'd love to hear from you. I'm so happy to see everybody. I'm just going to give everybody a couple of minutes to get their notifications, to come on in and get situated. Might be helpful to start with a full bobbin today. I filled a bobbin. I've set my 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I'm ready to have some fun. Should be a lot of fun. Let's see. I have my hot tea here ready to go. That's good too. Yum, yum. This is exciting. I've missed this all week too, Miss Nita. I've missed this too. So we'll make up for it today, right? We'll make up for it today. Scrap Wonder. Let me pull that up on the screen. Let's see, where is Scrap Wonder? Here we go. This is the block we're starting with today. So if you have all of your pieces separated, let's go ahead and pull your pieces for Scrap Wonder and get those ready. Let me just answer this message. I'm getting messages all over the place. There we go. There we go. Scrap Wonder. This is the one we're starting with. This block lends perfectly to jelly rolls, right? If you have some jelly rolls and you're not quite sure what to do with them, this block would lend perfectly to a jelly roll quilt. Let me show you, in case you missed it yesterday, what this would look like repeated as a quilt. Pretty fantastic, right? And I think this quilt would come together really quickly. And this is just 2 of the different layouts that you could do. I'm sure you could flip this block around and do lots of other interesting layouts with it too. Hello, everybody. It's so great to see you. It's so great to see you. Oh, where'd we go? Here we go. I always click on the wrong thing on my phone. Thank you, Valera. I just cut my hair 2 days ago. I think I did a little bit too short on the sides, but in a week you'd never know. It's going to grow back so fast. I cut my hair about every 2 weeks. I went a little crazy with the scissors this time, but in a week you'll never know. So great to see you. Yes, so Scrap Wonder, this is going to be our first quilt block. Our first quilt block for the day. We're starting off nice and simple. Make sure you have these pieces if you're sewing with me live. These are the ones we're starting with. I'm going to try to really slow down and take my time through these blocks, although some of them we will go through faster than others. So if you're sewing with me live and you need me to slow down, just say, please slow down, and I'll try to slow down a little bit. I would like to get this finished up by like 5:30, 6 o'clock. Harlan he woke up, wow, in the 5 o'clock hour, getting the smoker warmed up. He is cooking some ribs for dinner. And hopefully we'll be eating around 6. So some of the blocks, that's a good long while from now, right? Some of the blocks will go through faster. I do know that some of the blocks today we're going to really slow down and take our time with. Are you going to be able to meet my mom? My mom is downstairs. I don't think she was expecting to come on the live video today, so probably not today. She did join us in a Zoom on Creative Crew a couple of Zooms ago, about a week ago. She came on and she was there for the Zoom, which was fun. Joan, I would love to host a big picnic. I think that would be so much fun. Wouldn't that be fun for us all to get together and share a meal? That would be a fantastic idea. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll organize a great big picnic. I think that's a fabulous idea. Okay, who's ready to get started for today? We're starting with Scrap Wonder, y'all. Scrap Wonder. This is going to be a 8-inch quilt block. I'm going to go ahead and switch the screen over now. You'll see my 6 pieces of fabric that are already cut for this block. We have 4 that measure 2.5 inches wide and 4.5 inches long. And then we have 2 strips that are 2.5 inches wide and 8.5 inches long. The May basket, yes, that's one of the blocks that we're going to really slow down and take our time with. Just letting you know. If you have questions for me, it would be really easy for me to see them if you type them in all caps, because everything is small on my cell phone. So that just makes it a little bit easier for my eyes to spot them. I can sometimes catch a comment or two, but if you really need me to see it, type it in all caps if you can, and that way, hopefully I don't miss it. Not saying that I won't miss it. You might have to repeat, but I'm going to try to keep up with the questions as best as I can. This or that. Yes, I have I have some would you rathers, and I have lots of questions. And I've broken them up into 6 sets. So each block will have a new set. Sherry, you're still cutting. Well, one of the great things about doing this on YouTube, is that, if I work ahead of you and we're on a block that's taken you a little bit longer and you feel stressed and pressured, set that block aside, because you can always come back to the replay, skip to that block, and then pause the screen to finish sewing that block, right? I don't want you to feel pressured, and I don't want you to get anxious or mess up. So if I get too ahead of you, and it's just overwhelming, set that block aside, okay? And bring in your next block. Maybe that might work, right? I don't think we didn't plan any desserts this evening, which is odd, right? No dessert. To be really honest with you, by the time we eat ribs, I'll probably be so full there won't be room for dessert. Sherry is still cutting. Sherry, how much cutting do you have left to do? How much cutting do you have left to do? Yes, Scrap Wonder. Y'all, this block lays out really easily. You can play with the arrangement of this block with all your different scraps. Let's go ahead and lay this block out. Right, Libby wants to know, does everyone have water in their iron? I do, and I have a bottle of water next to my pressing mat so I can refill it if I need to. This block, these 2.5 by 4.5 inch pieces, they go right in the middle of the two longer strips, just like this. It's easy sewing for this block. I want you to lay your pieces out just like this. All right, so you're still cutting the heart block and the Balcon's puzzle. Yeah. I know we will be taking a break. We will be taking a break. So maybe you can use that break to cut those pieces, hopefully. I could probably use a glass of wine, Joan. I don't know why I'm so nervous today. It's not like we haven't practiced this 42 times, right? We've had 42 live videos to practice. Glass of wine would just take the edge off. I did not say a glass of wine, though. No, I have hot tea, Gatorade, and water. Hot tea, Gatorade, and water. All right, everybody. Are we ready to start with the Scrap Wonder? I'm going to start off by doing some chain piecing, okay? It doesn't matter which end you start with. Debbie, I'm bad. I use my tap water and my iron. This iron is going on 2.5 years old. It is plugged in at least 6 hours of the day. It does automatically shut off though, so it's not, you know, full blast all day, but it is plugged in and on. And I use my tap water and it's still going strong. Doesn't mean that tap water won't mess up your irons, and maybe I'm just very fortunate, but that's what I do. Yeah, I'll have to tell him halfway through, can you bring me a glass of wine? That would be lovely. Thank you. It doesn't matter which way you start because it's the same piecing, working from both directions. We're going to be sewing with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, 3 seams that connects each one of these pieces. I won't actually be pressing in between my sewing. I'm just going to join them all at the sewing machine all at one time, and then I'll press the 3 seams before we add our side pieces. Okay? Dawn says the distilled water will make your iron happier. I absolutely agree. I do agree with that. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and start sewing. I have some would you rather questions for this block. So if you're playing along with that, would you rather, for the rest of your days, be required to shout everything you say or be required to whisper everything you say for the rest of your days? I think I would rather whisper than shout. Would you rather have to shout everything you say or whisper everything you say? All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with Scrap Wonder. I'm flipping over that piece. We're going to start with this seam here and then add the remaining 2 pieces. Make sure you got your 1/4 inch seam allowance all set up. Nice and straight from one side to the other. We're just going to open that up and give it a finger press. All right, fingers, you can work today. Just like that. Let's go ahead and bring in the next one. We're going to flip that right over and line up that raw edge. Just like that. And sew that seam. And we've got one more piece to bring over. Let's just finger press that open. And we're adding the last one. I could see where this block, if you just sat and did a bunch of pre-cutting, especially if you're working with the jelly roll, because it's already halfway cut for you anyway, right? If you just sat and did a bunch of pre-cutting, you could knock out a lot of these blocks in one sewing session. So if you're looking for a quilt that goes really quickly for a gift coming up, this might be one to consider. Here is my middle set. I'm going to go ahead and press those seams. I have to wake my iron back up. Hello everybody, it's so great to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic Mother's Day. Hope you're having a fantastic Mother's Day. Just going to give these a nice little press, nice and flat. And now this middle section should be the same length as the 2 strips that go on either side. Now, because I want you to be able to sew along with me, I'm going to just pause for a second and give you a chance to catch up. Miss Janet, thank you so much for moderating my chat. I hope you know that if you have things to do, Miss Janet, that you don't have to stay the whole time, but I appreciate the time that you're here and keeping an eye out on my chat, so thank you so much. Yes, and if you have things to do that are calling your name, please feel free to go do those things. And we're going to be here for a while, so you can come back, pop in and out, or you can stay the whole time, or you can come back on the replay and catch the whole thing, right? Maureen, it took you about 4 hours to cut everything. It took me 2 hours, but I really went to town. I was really focused, and I was already familiar with the pieces, right? Because I had written them down and typed them out. So I went a little bit faster, but yeah, 2 hours. Miss Connie, you're so, so funny, Connie. Should we post each of these in the creative crew as we finish them? Absolutely. Feel free. The only thing I ever ask is that if you see the block that we're going to do the next day and you do it the day before, that you hold off on posting pictures of the next day's block before we do the live. But absolutely, today as you finish them, feel free to post them on the creative crew group. That would be awesome. I'll come back later tonight and look at all your blocks. So, so great to see y'all. Guess what? We have 2 more themes to finish up this quilt block. So let me get started with the next. Would you rather? Would you rather continuously sneeze, like every minute you sneeze, or have the hiccups that never go away? Would you rather deal with sneezing all the time or hiccups that won't go away? I think I would rather have to deal with sneezing than hiccups, because hiccups after a while, they start to really hurt, right? Might just be me. Sandy, there is no particular post. You just go right on Creative Crew and post your pictures. Joan, Creative Crew is a group on Facebook. We are about 3,000 members strong. There is a link in the description box of this video if you want to join the Creative Crew group. You have to answer 2 security questions to be allowed in, but they're easy questions. The link is in the description box, and we do have a moderator that maybe she will be available to let you in, because she is able to add members. All right, everybody. Here we go. Would you rather have sneezing all day or hiccups all day? Let's go ahead and flip over one of these side pieces. We'll be matching up this raw edge and sewing with a 1/4" seam all the way from top to bottom with a 1/4" seam allowance. I just like to line up that raw edge all the way from one side to the other. So sometimes I'll stop and readjust. But if you need to throw some pins in there or glue baste it to help you keep those fabrics lined up, then by all means, yes, do that. While we're right here, I'm going to flip this over and we're going to add our last piece for the Scrap Wonder block. Y'all see what I mean by we're starting off nice and simple? Okie doke. Those are our pieces. Now when I press this one, you can either press your seams open if you like, I prefer to press my seams to the side. So because we have these 3 seams running right through the middle of the block, my seam just naturally wants to press over to the longer side strips, and that's how I'm going to press these 2 seams. Look how fast that first quilt block was, y'all. That was a fast one. Ooh, but she's pretty. Yeah, if y'all, do you ever, are you like me and you have something coming up and you're not quite like a baby shower and you're not quite sure what you want to get as the gift? And then right at the last minute, you're like, I think I'll make them a quilt, a baby quilt, like 2 days before the shower. And then you stress yourself out to get it done. Procrastinator here. This would be perfect for a fast, last minute quilt project because that block goes together so perfectly, so quickly. Nice and simple sewing. Yes, you could knock out a quilt very quick with this block. There we go, our Scrap Wonder block number 1. Block number 1. Block number 1, Scrap Wonder. I like this block. You could go scrappy with it, right? Or you could go coordinated with it with jelly rolls or cut up your own yardage, coordinate fabrics together. So many possibilities. So many possibilities. Number 3. Would you would you rather own your own private island or have a private jet so that you could go anywhere? I think I'd rather have my own private island. Yeah, Miss Sally, it's a great warm-up block, right? Nice and simple sewing, goes together quickly. Thank you so much, Sally, for moderating today. Just want to let you know, I told Janet the same thing. If you have other things going on today, please do not feel obligated that you have to stay the whole time. I don't want you to give up anything on your Mother's Day. But I'm so thankful that you're here. And while you're here, I know that the chat is covered. But please don't feel obligated that you have to stay the whole time. I appreciate y'all so, so much. I watched a series, was it Netflix? About private islands. You can buy your own private island. And a lot of people who buy them then rent them out, right, as resorts. But I would like to have a private little island. That would be awesome. Scrap Wonder. I like this block a lot. She is super simple. Sometimes the more simple they are, the better I like them, right? I'm a simple person anyway. I like the simple blocks. Oh, that's a good point, Miss Donetta, though. If you had your own private jet, you could visit family far and wide, too. Good point. Sandy, I'm so glad you're here. I'm glad that you're hanging out with us today. Valerie, you have a new granddaughter coming in September. Pick out some pretty little girly fabrics. You could knock out a quilt or 2 or 3 with this block before September. You could knock out 2 or 3 quilts with this block. I think it goes together so quick. Yes, it does. And I'm just stalling a little bit. in case you're finishing up, I want to make sure that if you're sewing, you have a chance and you don't feel rushed. So we're just chit-chatting, just chit-chatting. This will go great on the wall behind me with the other blocks. Beverly, your daughter just dropped in with lunch for you. Happy Mother's Day. Enjoy your lunch. Go eat your lunch. You can come back. We're going to be here. We'll be here for a while. Vicki, you're joining in for the first time. You'd rather have your own private island. So glad you're joining us. It's great to see you. Yes, happy Mother's Day, everybody. Scrap Wonder. This is what the back of my block looks like. Nice and easy piecing. Nice and easy sewing. Easy cutting, even if you're cutting from scraps or yardage. If you are cutting with jelly rolls, using a jelly roll, half of your cutting's done for you. Shelly, you're making charity quilts. Oh, that's an awesome idea. Oh, good. Save it for your supper. Save it for your supper. All right, everybody. This was Scrap Wonder. I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. Where am I going to put all these blocks? We'll put them right back here. I'm going to go get, let's see. I'm going to pull up Beacon of Light. We'll leave that on the screen for a few minutes. This is our next block. And I have my pieces right over there. So I'm going to grab those. And you can see that one. Yes, Miss Connie, you can do the Scrap Wonder. You could knock that out. Beacon of Light. I feel so organized. I'm going to leave the pieces here on the screen for a minute. I'm also going to pull up what this would look like repeated as a quilt, so I can take a minute to get all of these pieces laid out on my table. So here's our fourth, this would you rather. Would you rather live without music or live without TV? That's an easy one for me. I'd go without TV before I gave up music. I love music. That's an easy choice for me. I would give up TV in a heartbeat if I had to give up one of the two. Beacon of Light, that's our next one. That's a good question, Wanda. I could probably do the math, especially if you have the Robert Kaufman app, because it'll tell you. You type in the size of your jelly roll strips and then the sizes you want to cut, and it'll tell you how many you can cut from that strip. So if you have the Robert Kaufman app, that would help. All right, Miss Sally, I hope you enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much for dropping in. Happy Mother's Day. Diane, this is your first time joining in live. Hello. Kathy, I'm so sorry you can't see your mom. I know this year is weird, right? This year is so different from any other Mother's Day that I've ever experienced. Yes, it looks predominantly like TV would be the one to go. Not for everybody. And that's okay. We're all different, right? We're all different. And that is okay. Beacon of Light. Our next quilt block is going to be a 10-inch quilt block. We're using 4 colors. Debbie, technically we are still social distancing, but they are coming for dinner. Is that possible? It's possible we can social distance at dinner. It is possible because when we went to Vermont, we social distanced very well with Harlan's parents, and that worked out really well. And so yeah, they're gonna be here for dinner. And they've been really, really good at not going out and about and doing their part to social distance as well. So yeah, Vicky, check out the Robert Kaufman app. It's a free app you can download, and it does so much quilt math for you. It'll tell you how much binding you need. It'll tell you how big your back fabric needs to be. It'll do square and squares and set in triangles, all kinds of stuff. It'll tell you how much fabric you need to buy. Lots of stuff. That app is awesome. Connie, that would be so awesome if you were here. You could press my seams for me. I'd have Connie the quilting assistant. That would be awesome. What size needle do you usually use with quilting cotton? I think my go-to needle is like a 1280. It's a size 1280. All right. Let's take a look at my fabrics for this block, the Beacon of Light 10-inch quilt block. Here we go. I'm using the same colorways. So my green is 4 pieces that measure 3 inches by 3 inches. My blue fabrics, there's 5 squares that are 2 7/8 by 2 7/8. There's 4 pink ones that are the same size, 2 7/8 by 2 7/8, and then 4 white squares that measure 3 3/8 by 3 3/8. This block is simple, but we do have one thing we need to do before we can lay out the pieces for this block. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. We'll lay out this block, and then I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. To get started with this block, we're going to be taking our 4 squares that are 3 3/8 by 3 3/8. Oh, do I have to move my donuts out of the way? Don't go far. You're right there. Donuts. All right, we have our 4 3 3/8 by 3 3/8. I'm going to layer 2 right on top of each other. So here's 2. I'm going to match up all of these raw edges. Nice and exact, one on top of each other. We're going to be cutting from corner to corner one time. Let's line these up nice and straight on each other. Nice and straight. And line those up on the same line as well. We're going to do one cut, cutting these squares into, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8 white triangles. Miss Mona, this started at 12 o'clock, a few minutes after 12. Where's my, there we go. We're going to cut these squares right down the middle. Nice and exact. I'm going to stand up for a second. And now we have white triangles. Yep, this is the second block. Block number 2. Block number 1 went together. It was super duper easy. Super duper easy. When this is over, you can rewind it and go back. Scrap Wonder, it was a fun block. Block number 1. So let's move these pieces off to the side here. And we'll get situated. Let me pull up my picture example for Beacon of Light. There we go. As I'm laying out these pieces, let's continue on with the would you rather. Would you rather fulfill your biggest ever wish? Think of the hugest wish you could ever think of. Would you rather that come to fruition, or would you rather go back and resolve one of your biggest regrets? Fulfill your biggest wish that you could wish for, or go back and resolve one of your biggest regrets. I probably would go back. I'd probably go back and fix something. I have lots of wishes, but I think I'd probably go back and fix something. All right, so we're going to start laying out these pieces. Let's start with the green because that's going to be super simple. The green 3" by 3" blocks, there's 4 of them. Those will go in our 4 corners. Just like this. Then we're going to take our white triangles. Our triangles, they have the 3 sides. 2 shorter sides and a longer side. The longer side is what I want you to focus on, and that's going to go towards the center of your block. These are going to be a little bit bigger, and it's going to look a little crazy, but that's okay. You're going to lay them out on both sides of your green. Just like this. And like that. Like this. And like that. Like this. And like that. And when you lay them out, it should make sort of a diamond shape right in the middle. And that's where we're going to lay these out here in just a little bit. These just get laid out like a checkerboard pattern, but I want us to focus on our triangle placements for the first part of this block. Diana, you had just enough time to cut out this block. Well, catch your breath because we're going to take a break for a second. Catch your breath. Lay out these pieces. We're going to take just a few minutes so that everybody can catch up. Karen says with the hiccup question, she doesn't want the sneezes or hiccups because that would affect her quarter inch seam allowance. Yes. Oh, we have a mix of both biggest wish and biggest regrets. Looks like it's a good mix of both. So great to see see everyone. I hope I don't start losing my voice. Not this early on. Not this early, Lisa. Yep, I would go back and fix some stuff. But it is what it is. You can't fix it. You can just resolve to never repeat that same mistake again. Right? What color thread do you use with this block and your colors? If I were, well, just to let you know, I have black thread in my sewing machine. Ordinarily, I don't piece with black thread, but I want you to be able to see my seam allowances when I'm sewing. So I'm using black. If just making a quilt with these colors here, I'd probably use a white thread. That's just me, a white or a beige. thread, or maybe a light gray even. Ah, Connie. Connie, you found the chat. Good. So glad you found it. So glad that y'all are spending some time with me today. This is the layout of our little triangle pieces. This is the first thing that we're going to do with this block. I'm going to take one more sip of tea and then we're going to start on that. Okay, Miss Janet. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Debbie, that's a really good point. Some mistakes are experiences to teach us a lesson and add appreciation. That's so true. Yeah, I learned my lesson. I sure did. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I've never made this quilt block. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and start. We're going to start by flipping one of the triangles over right onto the corner block, just like that. Let's start there. I don't think it really matters which side of the block you start on. We're going to be doing some chain piecing for each one of these. And I'm just going to go ahead and mark these little seams to keep myself straight. Just like that. I have my seams marked. We're going to be sewing with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. You will have little tails that hang over the edge of your squares, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to start piecing. We're going to do 4 pieces. And then we'll stop and press those before continuing on. So there's my first one. And my second one. I'm almost wondering why these triangles are so much bigger. I don't know why they're so much bigger than the square. There's that one. So there's our first 4 seams of this block. I'm just going to trim these little connecting threads just like that, and I'm going to give these a press. When I press them, let's see, which way do I want to press them? I'm going to press them towards the square just like that. Miss Carol, you can moderate for me? That would be awesome. If you moderate, all you have to do, let me switch over for a second, is if someone comes in and starts causing harry-carry, you can put them in a timeout and delete their, if it's an inappropriate comment, you're able to delete it. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to go ahead and press each one of these seams. I'm pressing mine towards the square. You can press them open if you like. Let's see. that was all of the would you rather questions. Let's move on to this one. Think about your job or your work, and it doesn't have to be something recent. What is the biggest mistake you've ever made while at work? Biggest mistake you've ever made while at work. Like maybe you broke something, charged a customer too much or too little. Biggest mistake you've ever made at work. Come on in. Hey, honey buns. Come on in. You'll be on the live.
Oh.
Hey, honey.
I just ran up the steps. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. You want to come here and give me a hug?
My hair looks like a mess. Are you on right now?
Yeah. You're fine. Come here. I love you.
Wow. I love you too.
I love you.
I love you.
Thank you for the bunny. Thank you for bringing it to me. You just ran up the stairs.
Yeah.
Everybody, this is our youngest who just turned 18 last month, Bethany.
Oh,
So there's our 4 seams. I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up.
I had to dye my hair yesterday to fix it.
You dyed it?
Yeah, because I wanted to fix that under part.
Looks good.
Yeah, I was tired of like the blonde.
Looks good.
What are these?
That's paint dye. Or fabric dye. Right? Isn't she so pretty?
I'm gonna go work on a project. I'll see you in a bit, Mama.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too.
She's going to go work on her project. Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you, thank you. You're here and you can... Yay, thank you. I appreciate the moderators, that's for sure. Laura, let me go back just in case, let's see, let me scroll back through. Laura, I'm going to make you a moderator as well, just because the more we have, then the other ones can take breaks or they might have something come up and they can't stay the whole time. So thank you so, so much. Yikes, Debbie, that does sound like a learning experience. Oh, goodness. Hello, Diane. Thank you so much for moderating. Yeah, she's sweet, isn't she? What's one of the biggest mistakes you've ever made at work? We've just joined the first triangle to each one of our corner blocks. Now we're going to flip the second one right over. Just like that. And that might be why our triangles are so much bigger. It was looking funny there for a second. That might be why they're so much bigger. We're flipping the second triangle over. Y'all know me, I'm going to mark those seams. It would be real easy for me to sew the wrong side accidentally. So when we take these blocks over, we're sewing from the edge of our square all the way over to the tip of our triangle, which hangs off the edge of our of the other triangle that we just sewed on, right? We're going to sew all 4 of these with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let's see. Our next question, who is the funniest person in your family? Who is the funniest person in your family? I would say Harlan is pretty funny. Sometimes not as funny as he thinks he is, but most of the time he's very, very funny. Who is the funniest person in your family? We're matching up the raw edge on both sides of this corner block. And sewing right down the side. And I have one more left to do. There we go. So those look a little crazy, right? I'm going to cut these little connecting threads that join those together. And when I press these, let's see, because of this first seam, that seam just naturally wants to lay more flat. If I press it towards this triangle, we'll be able to snip this little triangle that hangs over that edge. We can go ahead and snip that to our 1/4 inch. Just like that, just to clean that up a little bit and reduce the bulk right in that seam. So just like that, when we flip this over, all of this extra triangle that goes beyond that 1/4 inch, that's just going to be bulky if we don't trim that away. I'm going to press these and we're going to take a break for a second. Libby, you said you provide the comic relief for your family. I wouldn't say that I'm funny. I'm kind of dorky funny. And every once in a while I say something that's really funny, but Harlan's the funny one. Harlan is the funny one. All right, y'all. This is what your units will look like, just like that. They're going to form your 4 corner triangles, just like this. You can also trim away this little tiny poke of an ear that sticks out beyond there if you want to. Just be careful not to trim away part of your triangle. Once I get this one trimmed, I'll check through and see if there's any questions. I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. just like that. She does look a lot like me. She does. Wow, it's so great to see everybody here today. I hope that you're enjoying your Mother's Day. I hope you're enjoying your Mother's Day. If you're sewing with me live, that's awesome. If not, you can always come back on the replay. And that way, if you're making a block, you can sort of pause it and do the stuff and then unpause it and keep on that way if you want to. Yes, Miss Wanda, go enjoy some time with your kids. Yes. Yes. If you're able to do that, I hope you do that. Doris, yesterday's video shows all of the pieces for each one of the blocks. So if you need to, jump over to yesterday's video. Before we start sewing the block, I have that on the screen. And then for you to be able to sew along with me, that comes down. Like when we go to start the next block, you will see those pieces on the screen. And then those go away as we're sewing the blocks. If you need it up longer, go over to yesterday's video because all of those pieces are in yesterday's video. Oh, good, Laura. You got all those pieces printed out. Yay. Yeah, if you missed yesterday's video, all of the pieces, the size and how many you need, those are all in there. You can go jot everything down. Lots of people are making their own quilt books, their own quilt block books, journals. You'll also find in yesterday's video and today's video colored pictures of each one of the blocks. If you want to print that out, there's 2 links in the description box and you can click on the link. They are PDFs and you can print them out and make your own little notes with a colored picture of each one of the blocks. All right, so we have our corners done, our corner triangles, and now Miss Connie, when you're sewing a triangle to a square, we're getting ready to do that. So keep watching because I'm getting ready to answer your question. You'll be able to see us do it. Can you please show how to cut the corners? Jadera, before we move on, are you talking about the white pieces to make up these corners? I'm going to lay out this checkerboard in the center, and then I'll stop and see if I can answer your question. We're going to make like a checkerboard right in the middle with our blue and pink pieces. So just like that. Like this. Like that. This, that, and that. Ooh, that's going to be so pretty. Miss Jadera, I want to make sure that I answer your question. So before we move on, if you can type that. Were you talking about the little tip that hangs over the seam? I just used a pair of scissors and just trimmed off everything that went beyond this straight long raw edge. And then anything from the first triangle that went and extended beyond that 1/4 inch seam, I just trimmed straight and flush to that 1/4 inch seam allowance. Yeah, the dog ears. So I just took a pair of scissors. When you're done sewing this block, you had the little dog ear that extended beyond this long straight edge of your triangle. I just snipped it so that it's nice and flush with that raw edge. Okay, so that's the back of the seam right there. And then I trimmed away the first triangle, everything that extended beyond that 1/4 inch. With a pair of scissors, just trimmed it nice and flush to the 1/4 inch. So that's how you do that. All right, let's see. I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. Sherry, yes, you'll be able to see all of this on repeat. Absolutely. Once we're done with the live, it's going to take a good while for this video to process because it's going to be long. But by this evening, you'll be able to come back and watch the replay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start piecing this 9 patch right in the center. To do that, I'm going to be working in columns just like this. So we're going to flip this over and flip this over and flip this over. We're going to make that a row just like that. We're piecing each one with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Make sure to line those pieces up with each other nice and straight. Nice and straight. There's our first one. Thank you so much, Carol. Yeah, if you can keep an eye on that. They're only in a timeout for like 3 or 4 minutes. So when that goes by, if you can just keep an eye out on that for me. Because I might not be able to see what's going on if I'm right in the middle of something. There's our second. Sometimes, Miss Carol, it's hard to know. It's hard to know which comments are ones who are wanting to chat for real and those who are just trying to you know, be disruptive. All right, there's our third seam. And guess what? I'm not pressing these in between. I'm just going to go back up to this first row. We're going to open these 2 pieces up. Just finger press that pink piece right into place. And then bring in the next one. We'll flip it right over. Line up that raw edge. And sew that seam. Our second row, we're going to flip over the blue one, Finger press that down and add our pink. And our last row, we're flipping over the pink, finger pressing flat and adding the last blue. Can y'all hear my bird? He's downstairs, but he's calling out for me. Mom, Mom, Mom. I'm not sure if you hear that or not. So here's our 3 rows. When I press these, to keep it all nice and situated, I'm going to be pressing each one of the seams towards the pink block. That's going to allow me to nest my seams when I piece these 3 rows together. Let's see, press towards the pink. We're going to get each one of these 3 rows pressed nice and flat. So here's our first row. I have black threads all over the place. Here's our second row. And here's our third row. Just like that. Isn't that pretty? So I want to show you when I nest my seams. The seams on this block are going towards the pink. The seams on this row are going towards the pink. So my seam here is going in. The seam here is going out. That'll allow them to lock right in place and lay down nice and flat. It's also going to help me match up my points, hopefully, when I piece these rows together. Ah, I'm a gator mom. My cockatoo is an umbrella cockatoo too. His name is Popcorn. We call him Poppy. He is almost, let's see, he is like 11 and a half. We got him when he was 6 months old. So he's been with our family for over 11 years. Well, about 11 years, yeah. He's a spoiled brat. I'm just stalling so everybody can have a chance to sew their rows together. I'm stalling. Our next question, what's your favorite Olympic sport to watch? Favorite Olympic sport to watch? Jadira, you missed how the layout, how you pieced. going to be just like a checkerboard. You'll start with your blue, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue. You'll first piece these pieces together, and then you'll add the third piece in each row. This is going to make a 9 patch right in the center. Oh, yours was a rescue. She's come a long way. She's 8. I think that's awesome. We've had Poppy. He was just 6 months old when we got him. He was not a rescue. We bought him from a gigantic pet store, and one of their focuses was on parrots and larger birds. They had like several bird rooms that you could go in and interact with the birds. They were all, in the room, and they'd come up to you and steal your earrings and stuff. That's how we got Poppy. I like watching gymnastics too, and figure skating. Yes. All right, to finish up this 9 patch, we have 2 seams. This seam and this seam. So we're going to flip this middle row right onto that top row. And we're going to be sewing in this seam with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. We're going to be paying real close attention to the 2 seams right in the middle, trying to get those to match up the best we can. And if you have to throw some pins in there, that might be helpful. So there's our first seam. We're going to go ahead and, while we're right here, we're going to flip that over, finger press it down, and we're going to bring in this last row of our 9 patch. Make sure it's in the right order, then flip it over and sew that seam. All right, that's our 9 patch for the center. I'm going to bring this over and press it. When I press this time, I'll be pressing these 2 longer seams right towards the middle row in this 9 patch. She's a pretty little 9 patch. She is a pretty little 9 patch. Okie doke. There we go. There's our 9 patch for the center. The next part is really like a square in a square, right? Square in a square. I was just trying to think of an easy way for you to mark your square in a square center. I'm thinking out loud here for a second. Sue, if you have a delay in your chat or a delay in the video, you might want to just turn off YouTube and then come back and rejoin. Sometimes that fixes everything. You can try that and see if that works. Just giving everybody a chance to catch up. Yes, Dawn, you could put a cross in the center. I have these heat erasing pens, which I find really helpful, but not everybody has them. So I'm going to show you what you can do if you don't have a heat erasing pen for the next part of this block. Make sure this is my heat erasing pen and that it works. That's not a heat erasing pen. Glad I tested that out. Glad I double checked that. There we go. All right, for the square and the square, we've done other square and the square blocks, and those, because of the way that they were made and constructed, we seemed to have a seam that ran through the center of the block. However, on this 9 patch, that's not there. Where that's helpful is because when we start to sew these triangles, we're going to flip them over. We're going to flip them over right just like this, and we need the center of this triangle, the point of our triangle, to be lined up with the center of this block. That means you're going to have 2 little tips that hang beyond the sides of our square in the middle. So sometimes it's really helpful if you have like a heat erasing pen to mark your center. Where's my little rulers? To mark your center. What did I do with you? That's what I'll do. To give yourself a little reference mark. Right, just like this. You can draw a line just like that to help you line up your points. Or you can eyeball it. You can eyeball it if you're really good at doing that. What you need to do is when you flip this over, it needs to line up with that line so that your finished block turns out nice and square. You can also fold this block right in half, just like this, and give that a press, and that'll give you a line to match up your triangles with. So let's go ahead and show you what that would look like. So now it might not show up on the video, just a little bit. Shows up a little bit. There's a little crease that runs right through the center, and when we flip over our corner triangle, we're lining up the tip of our triangle to that pressed crease right in the center. That's going to line this up nice and square. We're going to line up this raw edge, and we're going to sew that with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Hello, Miss Chantel. How are you? Hello. Line up that raw edge, and the tip of our triangle will match up right with that pressed center line. there's our first triangle. See how we have two little wings that are hanging off the edges? That is supposed to be like that. We'll take care of that here in just a little bit. Our center line is still sewn in there, or pressed in there. Oh, I knew that looked funny. All right, hold up, hold up, hold up. I knew that looked funny. They were too big. All right, I want to show y'all something. Don't start sewing yet. Hold up. I knew those two white triangles were too big. See this? The point of our corner block is supposed to meet right with the edge of this block. Hold on one second, Melinda, and I'll measure that for you. Okay? I'm going to pick this apart because I think the measurements were too big with our triangles. So y'all hold up a second. Dun, 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 dun. Hold up one second. I knew that those white triangles were awful big. I knew it. I would use my fancy seam ripper, but my hands are too shaky. We're going to have to trim these little units down. And maybe you're supposed to. I've never made this block before. So maybe the measurements were right and you trim you trim the triangles down before you add them. Hold on a minute. Oh, the trial and errors of a quilter. As soon as I get this triangle off, I will measure this 9 patch so that if your 9 patch is bigger than this, yeah, you could go ahead and square it up to the right size. Snip, 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 snip. Snip, 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 snip. This is going to be one of those kinds of quilt blocks. All right, we're almost there. Let me get these little threads. Let me get those little threads. I have some tape here, that'll help. I'm using black thread, so I got to get that out of there before we move on. I'll have little fuzzies that'll show up. If I was using white thread, it wouldn't matter so much. The little fuzzies will show up using a darker thread. All right, there we go. Clean up your mess, Lisa. Clean it up. All right, let's rewind for a second, y'all. Let's rewind for a second. Let me first measure this 9 patch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Your 9 patch should measure 7.5 by 7.5. We're going to need to trim these little triangles, y'all. Trimming of the triangles. If you have a 1/4 inch ruler like this one, that would be easy. Just like that. Or if you have a straight edge ruler, which I'm going to use, that'll work too. Let me move this off to the side. I'm making a big mess everywhere. Here's what we need to do. We need to make these triangles smaller before we sew them on. Da-dun, 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 da-dun. Does this mat? Yeah, there we go. If your mat has a, what is that, a 90-degree angle line just like that, we're going to match it up with an edge of our triangle just like this so that we're cutting nice and straight. I'm going to trim off the extra here. We want to leave a 1/4 inch seam away from the edge of that green square just like this. So you see that line right there? That's going to give me a 1/4 inch seam. Gotta stand up, make sure it cuts nice and straight. And just like that. That's better. Maybe I was supposed to do that and just didn't know. We're lining up the triangle right on the line on our mat. We're going to bring in our ruler and trim, leaving a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just like that. That's a good idea, Miss Diane, if you press to remove the tiny little threads. Trimming the 3rd one. And we've got one more to trim. All right, there we go. I skipped a step. There we go. That makes more sense, doesn't it? I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up because you're going to have to trim your little triangles. I did not know that. There we go. Let's get those triangles all trimmed up. Katakip, you didn't have to trim yours and use the size and the instructions. That's interesting. Sandy, you didn't have to trim yours either. Why did I have to trim mine? Why were mine so much bigger? Unless I cut my white squares bigger than 3 3/8 to begin with. I might have done that, y'all. They looked awful big when I was sewing them together. Remember I said, why did these look so big? Maybe I cut them wrong in the first place. Maybe I cut them bigger than 3 3/8. I'm almost willing to bet that I did, because they looked awful huge. Didn't they look huge? This is the way they're supposed to look. So that's okay. I just trimmed them down. That's all right. Let's see. Sandy, did I do something wrong? Mine aren't too big. Okay, I'm scrolling through the questions. Nope. I'm willing to bet that I cut my 4 white squares bigger than 3 3/8 to begin with. I've thought that they were too big all along making this block. I'm willing to bet that's what I did. I'm willing to bet. All right, so let's try this again. I still have the center crease pressed, running right through there. It might not be showing up too much in the video, but I can see it. So now I'm going to try this again. We're going to flip that triangle right over. That little center pressed crease, I'm going to line the tip of the triangle up and the raw edge here, and we're going to sew that with a 1/4 inch seam. Yep, I'm willing to bet I cut my original white squares way too big. All right. Now we can flip this over, and that is the way it was supposed to look, with the little tip of the square touching that seam right there. Now we're going to bring in the opposite triangle, and we're going to flip that over, matching up the tip with the pressed crease that runs right through the center of the block, and the raw edge on the side of the block. And we're going to sew the opposite triangle just like that. I thought that those white triangles were awful big. I hope I cut all the rest of my pieces right last night. I hope I did. So here's our first 2 triangles. We're going to go ahead and flip that over, and we're going to give that a press. Let's see. Because of these seams coming together, mine just naturally wants to come over towards the 9 patch. So that's the way I'm going to press mine. If that's the only mistake I make in today's video, that would be lovely. Because that was not hard to fix. All right. Now we're going to be moving quickly to add these other 2 triangles. Just like this. If you didn't have to trim yours, it's probably because you cut your white squares to begin with. The 3 3/8, you cut them the right size, unlike me. Unlike me, you cut them the right size. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mark the center line. Let's see. I give myself a reference mark so I can line up these triangles going the other way. Or you can eyeball it or press a little center crease right through the middle. All right, we're going to flip these over on the other side. I'm going to line up the tip of the triangle and that raw edge, and we're sewing on our last 2 pieces. Last 2 pieces for Beacon of Light. And then we're going to take a little bit of a potty break, snack break, Get up and stretch break. Cut out your pieces for the next block break. All right, there's our first one. While we're right here, I'm flipping it over and we're going to add this last triangle. Match it right up with that center line. Just like that. And sew our last seam for this block. Okie doke. I'm going to give these two seams a press. And then we'll have the great big reveal for this block. I really like the colors in this block. Those are pretty. Very pretty. All right, everybody, here's our finished beacon of light. Beacon of light. There we go. I need to square her up just a little tiny bit. Just a tiny bit, but she's pretty. She is a pretty one. Beacon of light. Wow, it's so great to see everybody. Wow. 270. Holy moly. Hello, happy Mother's Day, everybody. We just finished up the Beacon of Light quilt block. She's a 10-inch quilt block. She actually finishes at 10.5 by 10.5. She's a 10-inch quilt block and our quilts all sewn in. She's pretty. So great to see everybody. Pat says, I did not trim mine and got 2 of the 4 points, which is okay by me. Yes. 2 out of 4. That's good. Right? 2 out of 4. 2 out of 4. She's pretty. So great to see everybody. All right, y'all. If y'all are catching up, y'all are going to have a few good minutes. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Bye, Miss Fiona. Have a great day. Yes, she's a pretty block, right? So let's take a look. So far, we've made Scrap Wonder and a Beacon of Light. There's our first 2 blocks. We're going to take just a couple minutes. I'm going to pause the screen and we can all take a stretch break. We can go get up and grab something if we need to do that. We can take a restroom break if we need to do that, and you won't be missing anything. When we come back, let me pull on the screen for a second, because if you want to work on this, getting your pieces together, Castles in Spain is the next block we're going to do. Castles in Spain. Ooh, 2 quilt blocks. 2 quilt blocks. All right, everybody. I will be pulling Castles of Spain pieces back up when we return. I'm going to take a good 3 or 4 minutes and put up the break screen. So as long as that's up, you know we're taking a break. Now's a good time to run to the kitchen, grab a drink or a snack, take a potty break, or just stand up and stretch, or finish cutting out your pieces. We're doing Castles in Spain here in 3 or 4 minutes, okay? Let's go ahead and take a stretcher. Alrighty. Alrighty. Are we all good and situated? Castles in Spain. I'm going to leave all these pieces up here. Let me just double check that I got them all right. I think I cut them out all right. There's no telling. There's no telling. I have all my pieces over on my work table. Coming back from a break. We're going to start in with castles in Spain. It is hard to see, especially if you're using a cell phone. This is not an octagon-shaped quilt block. It does have 4 little triangles in the 4 corners that don't really show up on my cell phone. You can barely make them out. You can barely make them out. But they're there. They're there. Let me show you what this looks like in case you missed it yesterday. What this quilt block looks like repeated in 2 different quilt layouts. I think it's gorgeous. Oh, I think that is gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm going to leave that on the screen so everybody who has walked away has a chance to come back and get situated again. Yep, Miss Chantel, we're still live. We just took a little bit of a break. We're going to be taking a break again before we're all done. I like using Best Press. I don't use it a lot because it's a little pricey, right? I'm one of those quilters who quilts on a budget, and I love the Best Press, but I use it selectively. I'm very selective with my Best Press. You can see the black polka dots? Yeah. When I put the gray background on the examples, you can see that they're there. They're a little bit hard to see on the background. Ooh, y'all love this next one. Me too. Me too. Doris, you're so right. This would make such a great quilt for a man. Very manly. You could also switch up the fabrics, right? And it could be a woman's quilt too. But this is very masculine. And what a great quilt for a quilt of valor as well. Yes, we're going into block number 3. Block number 3. Gloria, you buy your Best Press when it's on sale. Me too. Or I try to use a coupon or something. Any way that I can save some money in my sewing, quilting, and crafting, I'm all for it. Yes, the colors make for a very dramatic finish, don't they? All right, so we're going into block number 3. Let me show you. If by chance you didn't catch yesterday's video and the pieces and the piece counts, and you're watching this on the replay, you can pause the screen now and write them all down. Or you can revisit yesterday's video and pause the screen when you get to castles in Spain. Let's see, here are the fabrics that I'm going to use. My gold fabric is not as brilliant as my example picture, but it's pretty. I'm using a solid black for the black in my quilt block. And then this pretty, like a burnt umber. It's not quite red, but I think that's going to make a really pretty quilt block. I have some of that starch too, Miss Diane. And my favorite is the Stay Flow, which you can mix to however strong you want it. That lasts me forever. Sue's going to use this block for a quilt of valor. Wow. If you're on Facebook, you can share your pictures of your quilt of valor on the Creative Crew group. There's a link for that group in the description box of this video. If you don't do Facebook, there's a link to my Etsy shop. in the description box as well. And you can send me pictures through Etsy, which is kind of cool too, right? I'd love to see your quilt. All right, so for castles in Spain, we have two things to do before we actually lay out our pieces for castles in Spain. And I hope everybody's had a chance to get up and stretch, get up and grab a new drink or a snack. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you. This is the first sewing live you've done. Yay. Yay. Are you able to keep up? Am I going quick enough to keep it interesting, but slow enough for you to keep up? That's what I'm hoping. Thank you again to all of my moderators. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Catakip, I'm so proud of you. You're sewing with me live today. That's awesome. So here are all my pieces, y'all. Let's see. The first thing we're going to do, we have two great big pieces. They both measure 7 1/4 by 7 1/4. There's a gold one and a red one. Let's go ahead and start with those two pieces. Let's start with those. These two squares, let's line them up one on top of the other. Nice and flush with all of your raw edges. Just like that. We need to cut this big block 2 times. And on the last block, did you press toward the 9 patch in the end? Let me take a look. Let's revisit. So the first time I pressed my seams towards, this was the first time, towards the outside triangle. And the second time I pressed it towards the 9 patch. So I don't really know. Whichever way lays nice and flat for you, you can press it towards your 9 patch or towards the triangles. I did it both ways. So whichever way your seams lay flatter, that's the way I would press it. All right, so our 7 1/4 by 7 1/4, we're cutting this set of 2 blocks 2 times. The first time we're cutting in half, right down the middle. Right down the middle. And then we're going to flip these and we're cutting this set one more time. So let's line it up to a line on our mat, nice and straight. And the tip of our triangle is going to hit one of these other lines going the other way. So just like that. And like that. And what this is going to do when we cut this way is it's going to give us 4 gold triangles and 4 red triangles. Just like that. So let's separate these by color, red and gold. Red and gold triangles. Miss Mona, I see your comment. I think you might have paused for a second maybe. If maybe you can drag the little bar, there's a red bar at the bottom of the screen. You might be able to drag it to the right to catch up. I'm not sure if that works or not. So that's our first prepping thing we have to do. The second thing is we have some blocks that are 3 7/8. Dun, 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 dun. I think I wrote the wrong measurement there. That's not 3 3/8. That's 3 7/8, Lisa. 3 7/8. Hold on, let me make sure. Yep, 3 7/8 by 3 7/8. You'll have gold, red, and black. Gold, red, and black. We need to cut these pieces as well. And then that's going to leave you one black square that's 4 3/4 by 4 3/4. Let's set that aside. That's going to be the center of our block. Now you'll have 2 gold ones that are 3 7/8 by 3 7/8. Let's line those up together and place those corner to corner on our mat. Just like that. And we have 2 red ones, 3 7/8 by 3 7/8. We're going to line those up on the mat. And 2 black ones that are 3 7/8 by 3 7/8. We're going to line those up on the mat. I'm going to do one cut, and that's going to cut all of these squares right in half. You can cut them out individually if that's easier for you or if you trust that more. So, like that. That is all the cutting that we're doing for this block. So now we have 4 smaller gold, 4 smaller red, and 4 smaller black triangles. That's all the prep work for this block. Let's see, which brand is this? This is a Fiskars rotary cutter. So here's all of our pieces. We have some big triangles, we have some little triangles, and we have the center of our block. I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. Where is the bird store and the name of it where I bought Poppy? They closed. They closed. They closed about 5 years ago. I was so sad. They closed. I loved that pet store. They had a wonderful reptile section. They had 3 huge bird rooms. Like the macaws were in a room. Then the cockatoos, they had golphins and umbrellas. They were in a room, and then smaller parrots were in the 3rd room, and you could go in and handle all of the birds. I wish they hadn't closed. Sue, I think your question was for Miss Kathy, right? I want to make sure you have your question answered. Okay, yeah, you got your answer. Your question is answered. Good, good. Oh, is my honey here? Did he pop in? Oh, yes, he did. The backyard grill sergeant. That's my honey. Hi, honey. How are the ribs coming downstairs? How are the ribs coming? All right, we have our prep work done for castles in Spain. Let's go ahead and lay out the pieces for this block, and that way I can give y'all a second to catch up. Let's go ahead and ask our next question because it's been a while since we did that. What is a smell that you absolutely cannot stand, but it doesn't seem to bother anyone else? Name a smell that absolutely drives you crazy, but it doesn't seem to bother anybody else. Hi, honey. I can't wait till dinner time. All right, the biggest square that we have not touched from all of our pieces, that goes right in the middle, sort of like a diamond right in the middle. We have our big triangles and little triangles. Let's start with the 4 smallest black triangles because that's going to be easy. These go in our 4 corners. So just like that, and like that, and like that. Ooh, I kind of like the black and gray. The black and gray, that's... Ah, Mimsy, you don't like the smell of coffee. That's interesting. Now let's take our 4 smallest gold triangles. We're going to make the half square triangle squares just like this with those. Like that. And like that. Next, let's take our biggest gold triangles, and those are going to fill in on the edge of our blocks with the longest side of the triangle facing the outside edge of our block. So just like that. And that. And that. Wow, this is going to look pretty stunning. Next, let's take our 4 biggest red triangles. The long side of the big red triangle is going to go towards the half square triangle block, just like that. And at this point, everything is going to start overlapping because of our seam allowances. So it's going to look a little crazy for a minute. The point of our triangle, those 2 points will meet just like that. So there we go. Then we have 4 smaller red triangles. The smaller red triangle, the longest side of the triangle goes towards this large gold triangle, just like that. We're going to have quite a bit of sewing to do for this block, so we might be moving a little bit faster, but I'm hoping that you can catch up. So there's the layout. I'm going to leave that right on the screen so everybody can lay out their pieces. Bye, Miss Kathy. Ooh, the ribs are getting wrapped up at 2:30. Yum. This is the layout for our pieces. I'm going to take a sip of coffee and then we're going to figure out what to sew first. Thank you, Beverly. Thank you. These are actually fabrics left over from the quilt that we did called Happiness is Homemade. You might recognize these 2 fabrics from that quilt if you watch those videos. All right, so let's break this down in a way that I think will be really easy to sew this block together. The first thing I see that could be done to start this block is to make our half square triangle blocks in the corners. So let's go ahead and flip the gold small triangle on top of that corner black triangle. Let's do that for each one of these units. Just like this. And even though we know that we're sewing the longest side, I'm going to still mark them because I'm paying attention to too many other things while I'm sewing, and I don't want to sew the wrong side. So we'll be sewing the seam that joins these two triangles right in the middle. We'll be doing that with a quarter inch seam allowance. So let's go ahead and get started with that. If you want to throw some pins in there, and that helps you keep everything lined up and straight, then you might want to do that. Let's see, let's move on to the next question while we're sewing. If you could start any charity, what would your charity be for? If you could start any charity that you wanted to, what would your charity be for? All right, we're going to sew 4 half square triangles together. I just line them up while I'm right here at the sewing machine. There's my first one. Yes, you could have done the 8 half square triangles in one. You would have had to start off with the bigger squares. But yes, you could have certainly do that and then trim down your half square triangles. I will give you the finished size of these half square triangles as soon as we're done. There's the second. The third. And we have one more. All right. So, starting with our half square triangles, I'm going to snip these threads. I'm going to trim off my dog ears. I'll be pressing these half square triangles over to the black side. Where's my scissors? There we go. I'm going to just trim off the dog ears of each one of these. And let's make sure my iron hasn't turned off. Let's give it a chance to warm up. Snip, snip the little ears right off. That sounds so horrible. Snip those ears off. And when I press my seams, I'll be pressing right over to the dark side. 4 half square triangles. When you bring them back over into your block, the black triangle will go towards the corner. And I'm going to measure this here in just a second once I get them all pressed. So there's 2. Wow, this block is going to look sharp. This is going to be a sharp one. It's going to be so handsome. Like my honey. All right, I've got one more. As soon as I'm done pressing, I'm going to give this a measurement in case you need to square up and trim down your half square triangles. Let's give this a measurement. 1, 2, 3.5 inches. Your half square triangles should measure 3.5 inches if you need to square them up. Wow, I like that. This is going to be pretty. I'm going to give everybody a second to catch up. Holy smokes, 110 people watching. Don't get nervous, Lisa. Don't get nervous. Hello, everybody. Happy Mother's Day. Oh, I can't wait to really go through and read each one of the answers that everybody has typed in this evening. That's going to be something to really look forward to tonight. That's going to be something to look forward to this evening. Let's see, with our half square triangle units done and the 4 corners, what can we do next? Let me see. I've never made this quilt block, so let me figure that out. What would be the easiest way? All right. All right, y'all stick with me now. Stick with me. I'm trying to figure out the easiest way to piece together this block. Yep, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to shift down this because I want you to see. These pieces will go together as a triangle. These pieces will go together as a row right in the middle. Just like that. And these pieces are going to form a triangle. At the end, we're going to have a triangle section, a middle section, and a triangle section that we're going to piece together with 2 seams. Okay? That's what we're going to do. I know that's crazy. So many people watching. Hello, everybody. Flying geese at the top and bottom. That's what I was thinking too. Actually, there's several different ways you could piece together this block, right? You could piece it going across the top and have a really wide section in the middle. Or you can do it the way my brain is seeing it done. Because I think if you do the flying geese at the top and bottom, that middle section is going to be really kind of tricky to piece together. So at least this way, I don't think we're going to have any Y seams, which could be really confusing. Let's move on to our next question, and then I'm going to show you what I would sew next. What takes up a lot of time? What takes a lot of time but is totally worth it? Like, is there a dessert that takes you forever to make, but in the end it's so worth all the time? Maybe a quilt takes forever to make, but it's so worth the time. What is something that you enjoy making, but it takes forever, but it's so worth the time that you put into it? All right, here we go, y'all. Here we go. Let's start right in this section here. We have the gold larger triangle. We have the red larger triangle. Those go together right in that seam. So let's flip that over just like this. I'm going to mark it because I don't want to accidentally sew this side or that side. I want to make sure I'm sewing the right side. We're going to sew that seam with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So there's that seam. When I press this, I'm going to be pressing it right over to the red side. I'm going to go ahead and trim off the ears real quick. And I'm going to give this a press. Nice and flat. And we bring in a large triangle now that one side is gold and one side is red. Then we're going to move up here. We've got the smaller red and we've got the bigger gold triangle. We're going to flip that right over. Y'all don't have to mark your seams. My mind, I have to mark them or I get confused and flip the wrong side. We're going to be lining up our triangles right at this bottom edge. Right there. Nice and flush with those raw edges, and we're sewing this seam. 1/4 inch of a seam allowance. When I press this, I'll be pressing over to the red side. We can trim off this little dog ear. And press that nice and flat. So there we go. There we go. We're coming along. I'm going to give everybody a second to catch up. We sewed this seam and this seam. So great to see everybody. Thank y'all for spending part of your Mother's Day with me. Thank you so much. For some of you, this might be your first time on my channel. I just want to let you know, you've come to the Block-A-Thon. We're sewing 6 traditional quilt blocks together in this live video. If you want to play along, all the pieces were given in yesterday's video. You can find that at the top of my videos on my channel, Lisa Keepin' Quilts. And then today we're sewing all these blocks together. There's a whole series. There's going to be like 48 quilt blocks or so in this series. All the blocks you see behind me on the wall, there's a video for each and every one of them. And then we're adding 6 more to it today. There's links in the description box for little pictures that you can print out and make your own little notebooks. So there's 2 PDFs in the description box. There's links to the Creative Crew group on Facebook if you haven't joined and you want to join in all the fun over there. And if you don't do Facebook, but you want to send me pictures of your blocks or your quilts, there's a link to my Etsy shop. And through Etsy, you can send me messages that have pictures in them so I can see your blocks. So that would be awesome. All right. We're moving on to the next bit. Ultimately, we want to make this into one great big triangle. So these will get attached right here. But to do that, we have to sew this one first seam here and join these 2 sections. So let's flip over the small square right there. We're lining up the raw edge there, and we're sewing this seam right here with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So let's go ahead and do that. When I press this, we have some wonky seams here and here. You can press this seam open if you want to. It'll make it nice and flat. You can press it to the side as well if you want to. I think because of those 2 seams coming in from the triangles, I'm going to go ahead and just press that open, which I hardly ever do, right? I hardly ever do this. But there we go, I did it. Pressed it open. So now this section here is done. And that'll give us a seam that is the same length right here. And we're going to flip that over. If it's helpful for you to pin that in place, go ahead and do that. And now we're going to be sewing this seam right there with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I usually do trim my dog ears, but sometimes I forget to. Sometimes I forget to. All right, let's get this seam right there done. And when I press this, I'll probably press it over to the side, just like that. My voice is like, woman, you never talk this much in one day. Why are you talking so much? Wow, this block is going to be pretty stunning. Pretty stunning. So when you're done, you have a large triangle that is pieced together, just like that. I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. That's pretty spectacular, right? That's pretty. Let's see. Here's a fun question. When you meet someone and you tell them what you do or what line of work you're in or where you're from, what are some of the questions that most people ask you frequently? Like when I say I'm a quilter, a lot of people will ask me, can you hem my jeans? I'll be like, no, I can't. I don't know how to do that. I sew quilt, I make quilts. A lot of people will say, can you hem my jeans? Or can you hem my skirt? Can you fix my jacket zipper? I'm like, I have no idea how to do that. When you tell someone what you do in your line of work or where you're from, is there the same question that always people will ask you? Bye, Miss Jadira. I hope you do have a chance to come back. Mimsy, I have not done the May basket yet. Does the same question keep popping up when you meet people and you tell them what you do or where they're from, where you're from? So here's our first triangle section. Let's go ahead and repeat that down here. We're doing the same thing. Same thing. we're going to flip the large gold triangle onto the red one. We're marking that seam. Then we're going to flip the little red triangle onto the large gold triangle, and we're going to mark that seam. We're going to sew both of these seams at the same time. Chantel says, people ask you what you do. She's in accounting. They'll say, can you do my taxes? Len says, you can make soap. Like I thought it was made in factories. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be fun to come back and read your answers for this. All right, I'm going to sew these two seams. Here's the first one, the two big triangles, gold and red. And then we're moving right here. We're lining up the small red triangle with the raw edge of the long side of the gold triangle right there. And we're sewing that seam. I'll tell people I make quilts on commission, and they'll say, can you make me a blanket for $50? I'll be like, no, I cannot do that. Nope, I'm sorry. I'm going to trim off the dog ear. On this one, I'm trimming right there. And on this one, I'm trimming right here at the point of that triangle. We're going to give these two seams a press. Can you make me a blanket for $50? Nope, but I can make you a quilt for a lot more. All right, when we bring in this set, that'll go right there. Can you make me a t-shirt blanket for $50? No, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. I love you though, but I can't do that. So there's the two seams right there. We have this set of triangles sewn together, and the small and large one, just like with this side, we're going to bring in this half square triangle unit and join it right here with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. There's lots of sewing with this block. Lots of pieces and lots of sewing. I'm going to go ahead and give that a press. Ooh, I'm going to have to add some water to my iron. So there's that section. Let me pour some water in this iron because I like the steam. We are basically repeating the same steps from the first corner triangle right down here in this triangle. So once this section is done, just like the other side, we flip this right over, match up the raw edge on the outside of our block and that raw edge, and we're going to sew that joining seam right down the middle. And I'm going to give that a press. And then we have this middle section. This middle section. Once I get this pressed, I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. I don't want to jump too far ahead of you. So these two triangles are done. We have this middle section left to go. Mimsy, I think this is a true pretender block. You know, if you look at it, when it's all done, it takes you a minute to figure out the order in which to sew it all together. But once you get it, even though it's a lot of sewing, the block looks way more complicated than it actually is, right? Lots of pieces, lots of seams, but it's coming together easier than I thought it would. So yeah, I would call this a pretender block. Beverly, you're going to watch for a little while? Okay. Yes, Sue. I've had a lot of experiences like that. Offering $75 for a queen size English paper piecing quilt at that. Yeah. They can buy them at Walmart for that. Yep. Be my guest. That's what I say, right? Yes. Absolutely. Go to Walmart. Yes. And that solves that, doesn't it? All right. Ooh, this is going to be so pretty. So pretty. All right, our next question. What topic comes to the tip of your tongue? If someone were to come to you and say, right now, can you give a 20-minute talk on a topic? What's something that right now you could talk 20 minutes on without any prep time, without getting any notes together? You would be confident enough to stand in front of a small group of people and talk about it for 20 minutes on the spot. Gwen, I have, if y'all want to help Gwen out answering this question, I do have a video about how I price my t-shirt quilts, and it's here on my channel, so you can go check that out. And I do give away a free cheat sheet PDF in that video, in the description box of that video, that might help you come up with a pricing system that works for you. So you can check that video out on my channel. So what is a topic that if someone came to you and said, hey, there's this little event going on, can you come and give a 20-minute talk? What would something right off the top of your head be that you could talk about for 20 minutes without needing any prep time? All right, I'm hoping that everybody had a chance to catch up. Let me take a sip of water. Next, we're moving on to this middle section. That has to be pieced together. And it kind of looks just like this, right? The first thing my mind sees that needs to happen is we need to join this red triangle to the half square triangle right there. We have to do this seam first before we can sew it to the larger triangle. That has to happen first. So let's flip over the red triangle there. And let's go ahead and flip over the red triangle right here. We're going to line up the raw edge here and here, and we're sewing right there. Let me mark it so I don't get swapped around there. A topic you feel comfortable talking about for 20 minutes with no prep time. Let's get these two seams done. There's the first one. And the second one. I'm going to snip them apart right there. I could trim the little dog ear right there. Snip. And snip. And when I press these, let's see, I'll be pressing towards the red triangle. So that comes in just like that. And that comes in just like that. Pretty, right? Pretty. Thank you, Faith. Thank you. Yeah, that video, if you haven't seen it yet about quilt pricing, you might find it helpful. Of course, we all do things differently, right? Different methods, and that's okay. But you might find it helpful if you haven't seen it. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to flip this red triangle right over. Just like that. We're going to sew that seam that joins these two sections. Just like that. From edge to edge. We're going to do both of them at the same time. There's one. There's two. Lots of sewing in this block, but it's going to be worth it. This answers my last question, right? Takes lots of time, but it's worth it. When I press this seam, I'll be pressing towards the great big red triangle. And that's going to go just like that. And that's going to come in just like that. See how we simplified these end pieces? We have two seams right there to join this middle section. I'm going to go ahead and do that and work ahead of you maybe, and then we'll have a chance to catch up. So to join this section, we're going to flip the black part right over, line up that seam, and sew that one first. We're going to finger press this one right over and bring in this other end just like that. Flip that onto that middle black section. line up those pieces and sew that seam. All right, let me go give this middle section a press. When I press it, I will be pressing towards that middle black section. And then I'm going to check for questions. All right, here comes that middle section just like that. So now our block has 2 seams left to do. Mona says, Lisa, can you tell me why you used your scissors and not your thread cutter? For which part, Miss Mona? My scissors for which part? Oh, for cutting my pieces away from the sewing machine. I use up way too much thread when I use my side thread cutter. And I like using leaders and enders because it helps to keep my thread from nesting down in the bobbin area when I start sewing my pieces. I think that might be your question. Sharon, I do all kinds of research in books. I found blocks on Google. I found blocks in old magazines my Nana passed down. Some old quilting magazines. Oh, they've got so much stuff in them. My aunt had a book. I bet you that book, let's see, I got it 20 years ago. I don't know when it was published with traditional quilt blocks in it. I bet you that book is like at least 40 years old. I bet you she had it forever. So I've found blocks in books, magazines, online, all kinds of places. So I don't know exactly where I found each one of the blocks. I've pulled them from everywhere. Hello, Miss Vicky. Great to see you. Happy Mother's Day. All right, just checking to see if we have any more questions. I think we're good. Let's see. Our next question. How handy are you when it comes to fixing things? How handy are you when it comes to fixing something like fixing your car? I'm not handy at all. Fixing, maybe your deck broke. I would not be good with that either. I can fix some things with my sewing machine. I can fix some things with my computer. I can fix home accessories. I'm a restoration artist. I can fix those kinds of things. I'm very handy when it comes to that. How handy are you when it comes to fixing things? To finish up this block, y'all, we have 2 seams here and here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're going to flip this over. When we do, I think the main focus will be trying to line up these seams. We have these 2 seams here and the 2 seams in that center. I'm going to try my best, and I can already tell that I might be off a little bit. I'm going to try my best to make these seams line up so that we keep our points in the center, and if they don't, they don't, but I'm going to try my best. We're going to sew right through there with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Hopefully they meet up in the middle. They might not. I'm good either way. I'll be excited if they meet in the middle. You could pin yours in place. That might be helpful. This little triangle is a little wonkety wonkety. There we go. Sometimes I have to finagle my pieces. I'm not against finagling to make them fit. Now I'm just gonna finger press this right over. We're bringing over. Yep, I didn't meet that point. That's all right. We're gonna bring over this next section right across from it. We're gonna line that up. And we're gonna sew that seam, the last seam for this block, from edge to edge. All right, let's get this nice and flat. There's lots of triangles in this block, y'all, so it'd be real easy to get them skewed out of place like I did. All right. Let's see how I plan on pressing this. Here's the back side. I think she wants to press towards the outside two triangles that we just added versus towards the black. So I'm going to press mine over to the sides towards those two triangles. That's how I'm going to do mine. Doesn't mean it's the right way. It's just the way that my seams want to lay flatter. And let me give it one good press from the other side. Nice and flat. And we'll do a great big reveal of the finished castles in Spain. And if your points don't meet in the middle square, that's okay. Mine don't. That's okay. See, mine are off here and here. They meet here good, they meet here good. Here and here they're off just a little tiny bit. But don't you think this block is spectacular? I do. I think he's very handsome quilt block. She could be squared up a little bit. She could stand to be squared up a little bit, but she is very handsome. He is very handsome. This quilt block will be a boy. So this is our finished Castles in Spain block. Castles in Spain. That block had a lot of sewing, y'all. Do you have how this block is put together written down? No, I do not. Catakip, yes, that's why I put mine together this way, because I wanted to avoid the partial seams that you would get if you put it together the other way. I think what Catakip did is I think she put together this section. This was a flying geese unit and 2 half square triangles. Flying geese unit and 2 half square triangles. And then she put this middle section together. And in doing that, you'd have a partial seam somewhere right in here, right? That's why I did mine as 2 great big triangles. And then this middle skinnier section and no partial seams that way. But you did it. You did it, right? Sherry, what I suggest is that if you're sewing this live, that you just put it off to the side, okay? And if you're confused on it, on how the center goes together, just put all of these pieces off to the side. And when we're done, you can come back on the replay and skip up to Castles of Spain, to the part you are now, and pause it. And then hit play, do one part of it, hit pause, and follow along with it that way. I think if I go back and try to tell you now what to do, it's going to make it even more confusing. So I would rather you just put all your pieces off to the side and come back on the replay and pause it. Because I think you'll have an easier time doing that. I don't want to confuse you any more than what's necessary. Bye, Miss Chantel. Connie says they meet to her. Yeah, those look, they're perfect, right? They're perfect. The block is perfect. Yes, very handsome block. If you are still sewing this block, I don't want you to rush. Okay? I don't want you to rush. We're good with our time. We're about right in the halfway mark, and this is our 3rd block. That's not bad. We're keeping up with the time pretty good. We are going to take like a 3-minute break before we move on. If you're still sewing this block and you want to keep up with the next block, my biggest suggestion is don't rush it. Where you are now, set it aside. If you want to start the next block with us, set Castles in Spain aside, come back on the replay and pause it. I think it'll be so much easier than trying to rush during the break or, yeah, I think that'll be easier, right? Faith, your points match. That is awesome. Mine, half of my points match. All right, Miss Laura, we'll see you when you come back. All right, Miss Lynn, we'll see you if you come back. If not, I hope you have a fantastic evening. Just checking to see if we have any questions before we move on. Hazel, you like this block? Me too. Me too. Beverly says, I love the square. Do not see any imperfections. We only notice our own mistakes. That is so true. I say that all the time on Creative Crew Group, right? If you don't point out your mistakes, no one else is going to see them. Maybe if you submit your quilt into a judged quilt show where you are willingly subjecting your work to be judged for perfectness, then someone might see your mistakes. Otherwise, if you don't point them out, no one's ever going to see them, right? I point mine out because we are doing a tutorial and I want y'all to know the things that you need to pay attention to. That doesn't mean my blocks are going to be perfect just because I'm doing the tutorial. Right? Catherine, you had to take yours all apart. You'll revisit it later. It will not beat me. I love your attitude. Yes. And if you're getting frustrated, y'all just put it to the side. Put it to the side. You could come back in the replay and just pause everything. You're right. You're right, Hazel. Only God is perfect. Yes, that is true. All right, everybody. What I'm going to do, let's set to block number 3, Castles in Spain. Right over with our other 2 blocks. There she goes. There she goes. Our next block, I'm going to pull up on the screen just to show you so you can get your pieces together. That Balcon puzzle. My mouse is not working. My mouse is not working. Oh, there she goes. Balcon's puzzle. This will be our next quilt block, everybody. We're going to take about a 3-minute break. You can go refresh your drink, grab a snack, run to the restroom if you need to, or just stand up and stretch, or stand up and go grab these pieces. All right, Balcon's puzzle. This will be our next block, and I will leave these pieces on the screen when I come back for a minute, okay? All right, I will pull these back up on the screen when we come back. We're going to take about a 3-minute break. Okay, as we come back, I'm going to finish up my donut. Ooh, Harlan's going to get some coffee started. Thank you so much, honey. I would love a cup of coffee as I finish up my donut. I would love a cup of coffee. That sounds wonderful. I know I'm talking with my mouth full. I needed some sugar, y'all. I'm coming back and I'm leaving these pieces on the screen for a minute. Make sure you've pulled the right block pieces. The right block pieces. I'm going to also pull up on the screen as I finish my donut. I told y'all yesterday I'd have to snack part of the way through this. I'm going to pull up some examples of what this block would look like repeated as a quilt. And I'll leave that on the screen too. And you can finish your break. You can go gather your pieces. These are like a 6-bite donut. Wanda, you're eating a cupcake. Try not to talk with my mouth full. That's hard. Yeah, the stores are starting to open up. Some are by appointment. Some let you 15 people in at a time. Some have been open full blast, y'all. We had to go to Lowe's the other day. The parking lot was packed. The parking lot was like everybody was at Lowe's because it was the only store you could go to. I'm going to leave this up on the screen so you can finish getting your pieces together. If you weren't done with castles in Spain, y'all, put it off to the side and come back to it. I don't want you to rush through it. I don't want you to rush. Oh, Lisa Mosley, if you're watching, thank you so much for my coffee warmer. I'm drinking hot tea, but it has kept my tea hot this whole time. Oh, that donut was good, Miss Hazel. Wanda, your kids brought you some flowers and quilt books to color and all kinds of colored pins, cupcakes, and candy. Happy Mother's Day. That's awesome. Oh, I can eat sugar right before I go to bed, and often do. That might explain this double chin going on right here. I'm going to work on that, though, before summer. Bye, Miss Teresa Louise. I quilt, too. You're going to go cut some hair. Have fun. Happy Mother's Day. Hey, Miss Vicky. Oh, Lisa, you are here. This has been so wonderful to have a hot drink the whole time we've been live. There was no wait to get into Lowe's either, Debbie. No wait. Now, they were counting people as they came in and they were counting people as they left. But evidently, even with all those people there, it wasn't enough to have to stand in a line. Pretty interesting, right? Yeah, life is short. Eat the donut, right, Carol? Yes. All right, y'all. Let me show you my pieces for Balcon's puzzle. Dun, dun, dun. I use the same colorway, so blues, red, and green. 3 colors in this block. I think I hear my honey in the hallway. Here he comes. Here comes my honey. Oh, you don't have my coffee.
It's brewing.
Oh. I thought he was coming with my coffee.
It's coming in a minute.
How's it going down there?
Good.
Yeah?
Good. They're all wrapped and.
We're going into our 4th quilt block for the day.
Wow. That's quite a. You said it's a block-a-thon.
It is a block-a-thon.
Really is.
Yes, it is.
Good job.
Say hi to all the ladies.
Hi, all the ladies.
Men, too.
Yeah.
I know lots of their husbands watch.
Yeah.
And we might have some men quilters.
Yeah. Well, let me get back out there.
All right. I thought you were coming in with my coffee.
No, it's brewing. I'll be back with it.
All right. Thank you, honey. All right. Isn't he so cute, y'all? Here's our pieces for Balcon's puzzle. We have a little bit of prep work to do with this block. I want y'all to note, okay, so our blue pieces are split up into 2 sections. We have 4 that are 2.5 by 2.5, and then we have 4 that are 2 7/8 by 2 7/8. These 4 that are 2.5 by 2.5, we're going to set aside. We're going to bring the red pieces, the green pieces, and these blue pieces. They're all 2 7/8. We're going to mess with those first. We have a little bit of prep work to do for this block. So let's just set that right aside. We're going to be cutting these pieces right in half. You're funny, Hazel. So let's line up the green ones, all nice and straight, one on top of the other. If you're not comfortable cutting 4 layers at one time, you might want to split them up. I'm going to try to cut the 4 layers at a time if I can. Four little piles, just like that. We're cutting these squares one time right down the middle. Get everything lined up right down the middle. Line up those corners onto a line on your mat. Bring in your ruler and cut those squares into triangles right down the center. I gotta stand up to do this. Cutting 4 layers is tricky, so you might want to split them up. There we go. That's the prep work for this block. That's all the prep work. We have our little triangles. We should have 8 triangles of each color. 8 triangles. Ooh, I'm getting all kinds of little threads on my mat. Let's see. I gotta find my example picture of the Balcon's puzzle. Let's see. Let's sort these triangles into 3 groups by color. So there's blue, red, and green. Before we lay out this block and the pieces, let's do some stuff to make it a little bit easier. We need 4 blue and green half square triangle blocks. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to take a break here in just a second so you can catch up. Then we need 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 that are green and red. So let's take 4 that are just like that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? Yep. And then we need 4 red and blue. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. But what you need, there's my one that was missing. There we go. I want you to make stacks that look just like this with your triangles. Red and green, red and blue, and a blue and a green. Just like that. And I'm going to give everybody a chance to catch up. Wow, 44 years for you, Miss Wanda. Tomorrow is our 7th year anniversary. Tomorrow's our anniversary. 7 years. Seven years anniversary tomorrow. Let's move on to our next question. Let's see. Here's an interesting question. If you were featured on the 6 o'clock news tonight, what would you most likely be on the news for? Have fun with that one. If you were going to be on the 6 o'clock news tonight, more than likely, why would that be? Why would you be on the news tonight? Thank you. Yeah, 7 years tomorrow, our anniversary. Tomorrow. What would you be on the news for tomorrow? We're making 3 half-square triangle piles. 4 in each pile, a blue and green one, a red and blue, and a green and red. We're going to be doing some chain piecing with this block. Chain piecing, chain piecing. I saw during the break someone ran out of a bobbin. Ran out of bobbin thread. I hope you had a chance to wind your bobbin. I think I'm still doing all right. What would you be on the news for tonight? Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Faith says she'd be on the news because she was screaming at the B&B behind us. You have a bed and breakfast behind you. Huh. A couple years ago, we went to a bed and breakfast for our anniversary.
Ooh, I remember that.
Here he comes. I feel like I have chocolate on my lips. Thank you, honey. Let me move this tea aside and make way for the coffee. Thank you, honey.
That was one of my favorite vacations.
Yeah, that was a good vacation.
I think one of my favorite parts was going into the endless caverns when we were there. Because I'd never done anything like that before. So
Yeah, we went to a bed and breakfast in the western part of Virginia. And then we went to the endless caverns, and we went to lots and lots of antique stores. It was a good trip.
Yeah, yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. All right, well,
Thank you, honey.
you're welcome. Love you.
Love you. They said I have you trained. He's just so sweet, y'all. I do lots of good stuff for him too, so we have each other trained. When he's working, not in the house, when he goes off to work like normal work, I make his lunch every day. Make him food, make him dinner. So yeah. All right, y'all. We're going to be chain piecing lots and lots of half square triangles, okay? We're going to start right here with the red and green. I'm going to flip the green right over onto the red, and we're just going to do a big long line of half square triangle piecing. We're going to piece all of these together at one time. What would you be on the news for if you were going to be on the news? Now my fingers don't want to work since I ate that donut. All right, here we go. This is going to take a minute. Red and green half square triangles. Our next question. What fashion trend needs to be brought back? What fashion trend needs to be brought back? Like, I wouldn't mind if they brought back bell bottoms. I'm a fan of bootleg cut jeans in the wider leg at the bottom, like the bell bottoms. What fashion trend needs to be brought back? The shape of my legs just do not look right in skinny jeans. They just don't. I wish I could wear skinny jeans and that they look trendy and cute like most people, but nope, I prefer like bootcut jeans. We're just piecing together all these triangles. It's gonna take a minute. Ooh, fringe leather jackets, yes. All right, so there's the red and green ones. We're gonna move over to the red and blue ones. Flip the blue right down on top of the red. Match up those raw edges and sew that middle seam. Once we get these half square triangles cut apart and pressed, then we can lay out the pieces for this block. And I think doing it this way will be a lot less tricky. I think we'll be a lot less likely to swap around the pieces in the wrong places if we do it this way. Whoop. All right, we have one more red and blue one. And now we'll move on to the blue and green. We have 4 more triangles to sew together. Block of thorns. Block-A-thon? Block-A-thon? Is that what you mean, Miss Hazel? All right, we've got 2 left to do. 2 left to do. We're going to have a great big line of half square triangles to cut apart here in just a second. Here's our last one. Okie doke. Big line long of half square triangles. I'm going to snip them apart. Snip. Snip. I tell you what I don't miss, and this is just me. Like back in the 80s, the shoulder pads in the shirt. I don't miss the shoulder pads. I don't miss that. All right, and for each one of these, I'm going to trim off these dog ears right onto my floor. I'm going to have a great big mess to clean up when we're all done here. Trimming off these dog ears. Get my iron heating back up. And we're going to press each one of these half square triangles. If y'all are just coming in, we are on the Balcon's puzzle block. This is going to be an 8-inch quilt block when we're all done. We just sewed together, let's see, 4, 8, 12 half square triangles. And I'm getting ready to press those open. And then we're going to lay out this block. And I'll leave that layout on the screen for a minute so everybody can see that really well. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to run the vacuum when we're all done today. Looks like confetti down there. All right. I'll be pressing, let's see, pressing my half square triangles probably to the blue side. These half square triangles, when you're done, if you need to square them up or cut them down, should measure 2.5 by 2.5. 2.5 by 2.5. Speaking of trips, our next question, what is the longest trip you've ever taken? What is the longest trip you've ever taken? I think the longest I've ever been gone was like a week and a half. That was the longest trip. Still pressing and bringing over those half square triangles as I get them done. There's 12 of them. 12 red and green, 12 green and blue, and 12 blue and red. I've got 4 left to do. All right, we're almost there. Almost there. Ooh, an Alaskan cruise. My parents went on an Alaskan cruise with my Nana before she passed. I was so glad they could do that. All right. Ooh, that's a lot of pressing. That's a lot of pressing. 7 weeks in Turkey. Wow. I would love to go to Israel one day. So here's all our half square triangles. I'm going to go ahead and lay this block out, and then we'll take a pause. So if you're still sewing with me live, you can see how to lay this block out. All right, let's see. Let's clear off our canvas. We've got our red and green. We've got our green and blue. We've got our blue and red. And we've got our all blue. This block is going to come together. Let's do it as a 4-patch. Let's do it as a 4-patch. Before we lay out all the blocks, let's do it as a 4-patch. I think that'll be so much easier. So here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to take the blue and green. Blue and green. Let me do it upside down for you. Just, all right, blue and green like this. An all blue block like this. Actually, you know what? I'm changing it up again. I want you to put all of your blue and greens just like this. All of your blue blocks just like this. I want you to put your red and blue blocks just like this, and your red and green blocks just like this. Make sure they're all going in the right direction. Just like that. Y'all see this little tulip shaped flower come together just like that? I want you to stack all of your pieces just like that. I'm going to give you a minute to do that. Aw, Miss Ella, you came in later. That's okay. That's okay. You can go back and watch the replay. Oh, that coffee is good. That is good. So, what we're going to do is we're going to make four patches. Each one is going to have this little flower shape just like this. We're going to do that by chain piecing. So we'll flip the red and green right over on the red and blue and sew that connecting seam. We're going to do that all the way down to the bottom. So flip that red and green right over onto the red and blue. And sew that middle seam. Flip the red and green onto the red and blue. Sew that seam. And one more for this top row. Now we're flipping the green and blue over onto the solid blue, and we're going to work our way through this stack as well. So flip and sew. Don't take two blue squares with you when you go. Flip and sew. And we have our last one. That went by pretty quick, right? Pretty quick. Okie doke. We have another long set of patches here, and we're going to separate those. Snip, 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 snip. Yeah, I think this is probably the easiest way not to get everything mixed up. I'm going to take and press these right over to the side. All right, where are we with our questions? Name something that you buy a lot more of than most people. Like maybe you're someone who makes lots of bread, so you are always buying lots of yeast or lots of flour. Maybe you're someone who makes lots of pies, so you're always buying more fruit. I make lots of quilts, lots of t-shirt quilts on commission, and so I buy more interfacing than most people ever need to buy, right? Lots of quilters, most of them, if you're just doing piecework, they don't have to buy interfacing. Name something that you buy a lot of that most people don't need to buy. Getting all these pieces pressed, pressed, pressed. Once they're pressed, we're going to recreate these 4 patches. What did I do? All right. I hope I didn't mess those up. Let's see. We have a blue and green, blue and green, blue and green, blue and red, Blue and red. I did. I messed two of them up. Okay. So this is what they're supposed to look like. I have to pick out two of them. Of course. That's all right. That's going to give you all a chance to catch up. That'll give you all a chance to catch up. That's why I always mark my little seams. So I don't do that accidentally. Ooh, blueberries. Harlan's mom made probably the best blueberry pie I've ever had while we were in Vermont. It was amazing. I've had good blueberry pie, but I'm going to tell you, that was probably the best one I've ever had. Now I got to separate these and re-sew these two seams that I messed up on. That's all right. I think it'll give everybody a chance to catch up. All right. That's not bad. I've only messed up two sections of the 4 blocks we're putting together so far. That's not that bad. Now I have all the black little strings everywhere. Y'all give me just a minute. I'm going to tell you one thing I've loved about this series the most is that it's given us all a chance to have conversations with each other. I love that. I hope that you've been able to do that today. One of the main reasons we're doing this whole series. One of the reasons why. All right, focus, Lisa. Put your blocks together right. That goes like that, that, and that. 2 more seams, y'all. Let's get it right this time, Lisa. Focus. All right, there we go. Okie doke. So we only had a small little detour that time. Small little detour that time. Now she's right. And she's right. There we go. I'm thinking because I had to pick those 2 blocks out, you've had a good chance to catch up with me if you're still sewing with me live. Ooh, Wanda says one of her plans is to take one of these blocks and use it as a cover for her journal. I like that plan. Yes, Miss Vicky, I mess up my share. That's for sure. I mess up my share. So here we go with our 2 patches. We have 4 seams to sew right in the middle. That's going to give us a 4 patch right there. So we're going to flip one over onto the other. It's going to be easier if I turn them like this. Flip one right over and sew that connecting seam right down the middle for each one of these patches. So there's one. Two. Three. I got strings everywhere. Here's our 4th seam for our 4th 4 patch. So basically at this point we've made 4 patches that look like little tulips. We've done a couple of other blocks in this series where this little tulip is featured in the block. We're going to go ahead and press that. Press our little tulips. So there's one. Let's see. Here's a fun question. Name something that you like to rebel against. Name something that you typically rebel against. Like, I don't like cliques, right? Social groups that are real cliquey. I tend to rebel against that. I don't want no part of cliques or special groups that don't include everybody. I kind of stay away from that kind of stuff. I rebel against it. I rebel against the quilt police, right? I often say I don't have any rules in my studio. If you want to break the rules in your quilt, by all means, break the rules. I rebel against the rules when it comes to my studio. And certain rules, like don't use this fabric with that fabric, and you know, stuff like that. Name something that you typically rebel against. The half square triangles need to be 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches. If you need to square up your half square triangles for this block, you need to square them up to 2.5 by 2.5. So there's our pretty little tulip blocks, right? I think it looks like a tulip. a red and green tulip. And then I'm going to lay this out and we're going to pause for a second so that you can catch up. So basically it's the same block repeated, but you're turning it. So just like this. And then you turn it one time like this. And then you turn it again like that. And then you turn it one more time like this. Same block, same 4 patches, just rotated just like that. I'm going to leave that right there on the screen for a minute so you can catch up if you're still sewing with me live. Lauren, you rebel against the bedtime. Yes. Hazel, you're rebelling against being in lockdown? So I'm not alone with the clicks and the... Yeah. I don't like the private groups, private this, and you're not included, you're not invited, that kind of stuff. Oh, you're so welcome, Jackie. I'm just scrolling up and catching some of the earlier comments. You're so welcome. Beverly has a lot of dog ears under her sewing machine. The vacuum will come out when she's done. All of mine are on the floor. It looks like confetti all over my floor. Vicky says she's a professional picker for sure. Social segregation. Yes. The neighbor trying to tell you what you can or can't do on your own property. That's a good one. Oh, Catakip sees 4 cat faces. And they spin. Ah, now that you say that, I see it. There's the ears. I would have never saw that until you mentioned it. I would have never seen that until you mentioned it. Now that's all I see. 4 little kitty cats. That's funny. Guess what, y'all? We've done many blocks that come together just like this. It's a 4 patch. So we flip it over and flip it over. And we're going to sew these 2 seams. We're going to sew those 2 seams. I wouldn't have seen the cats until you mentioned it. Here's the first one. And the second one. Now I am going to press these 2 sections before we do our last seam. Let's see, like that. And, yep, that's right. All right, I'm going to press this seam to the left because I like to nest my seams. You can press your seams open if you want to. There's no rules, right? No rules. This seam I'm going to press to the left, and hopefully that seam right in the middle will lock up. and nest right in there. We'll see how that goes, because we have one seam left, and that's to piece this section to this section right through the middle. And I just want to make sure that I didn't spin this around before I do my last seam. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to press this block open for our big reveal, and then I'll check to see if we have any questions. I do think breaking this block down the way we did with the half square triangles and making those first before laying everything out and having to keep track of where everything goes individually is probably, in my mind, the easiest way to put this block together. Of course, there's probably 20 ways to sew this block together, and so your mind might approach it in a different way, and that is totally okay. Yay! Let me give this a press. I always find it interesting how different our minds actually do work, right? There's always more than one way to do just about everything. All right, for the big reveal of the Balcon's puzzle, there we go. There she is, the kitty cat block. Or the tulips. I see cats now. Sherry says, I looked at this block last night and could not figure it out. You made it so easy. This has been my day. Thank you so much. Sherry, I'm so glad. I'm so glad I broke that down for you. Yep, once you start dissecting the block and putting it together in chunks, it really does come together pretty easy, right? So this would probably be a pretender. It looks way more complicated than it actually is, right? It looks way more complicated. I love that. Warren says, my reds aren't matching up on their shared seam. Right here, Miss Morin, is that where you're having your issue? The Balcons puzzle. This actually finishes at 8.5 by 8.5, 8 inches in our quilt. Quite a bit of sewing in this little block too, right? But I think she looks way more complicated than what she is. Laura, your eyes are seeing all kinds of different things, huh? Tamara says, well, when I mess things up, I mess them up big. She's going to try this one on the replay. Yep, if you get frustrated, don't even try to stress out trying to take it apart right now. Just set it right aside. Don't get frustrated with it. Just set it aside and come back later when your mind is good and fresh, right? Right, Jackie, that wall is getting full. We'll be adding 6 more blocks to it at the end of today. Dawn, you sewed yours together wrong. Miss Sheila, I don't know if it's so much cat faces, but just the shape of the ears and the shape of a cat's head. I don't know if it's so much the face, but you could put little eyes on it if you wanted to make this a cat block, right? Dawn said she made the hunter stars instead. You could do that and it would be a new, different quilt block, Miss Dawn. If it's pretty, I would leave it right where it is. I would leave it just the way it is if it's pretty. There's 2 blocks on my wall. Well, 1, 2. I think 2 blocks up there that are wrong, but I'm leaving them. All right, this is the finished Balcon's puzzle block. She is pretty. I like her a lot. All right, if y'all are leaving and coming back, we'll see you shortly. And if not, I hope you have a fantastic evening. I'm going to throw this block onto our block pile right behind me. Right behind me. I'm so glad y'all have had a chance to sew with me today or spend time with me, even if you're not sewing. Let's see, what are we doing next? We have 2 more quilt blocks to make. All right. Maybe we should have started with the harder ones first while our minds were nice and fresh. May basket. This is the next one. I'm going to try to break this down. I've never made a May basket before. I've never made a May basket before. Please, Lord, let us get through the May basket without any hiccups. That would be lovely. Thank you. May basket, a 10-inch quilt block. We're using 2 colors of fabric. 2 colors of fabric. These are all the pieces. I have them all cut out right over there. I'm going to go ahead and put the break screen up for a minute. If you need to stand up, take a break, stretch it out, check your bobbin. Make sure your bobbin's got some thread in there. Make sure your bobbin's all nice and threaded up. Maybe go grab some water, a little snack. I might eat a donut. And I'm going to go grab my pieces. So 3 or 4 minutes and we'll be right back, okay? Grab your pieces for a May basket. All right, everybody. Coming back for the May basket. I'm going to leave these pieces on the screen. I want you to just double check what you got if you're making it live with me. Or if this is the first time watching, you'll have a second to write all this down if you want to make this block later. I'm going to eat some almonds real quick. Look how pretty that is. Repeat it as a quilt 2 different ways. Pretty fantastic, right? I'm going to leave this on the screen for a minute. Let everybody finish up taking their break and coming back. I said I couldn't go several hours without having a snack. I'm just going to eat a couple almonds, let everybody come back from taking a break, walking away, or stretching. Y'all, we've been going for 4 hours. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hours. This is our 5th quilt block. This quilt block has the most individual different sized pieces that we're making today. So we're going to have to pay real close attention to the ones we're working with, right? We're only using 2 colors of fabric. You could add a 3rd color or a 4th color in there if you want to. It's your quilt block. You could do what you want. You could use as many colors as you want to. What program shows what size to cut setting triangles? Dawn, you could use the Robert Kaufman app will tell you. And that's a free app that you could download. Robert Kaufman. All this coffee is just hitting the spot. Oh, it's good. Again, a big shout out to all of our moderators today. Y'all, I appreciate that so much. One of the things I worry about the most is what's going on in the chat area. Is everyone behaving, you know? And so thank y'all so much that I don't have to worry about that. That is a huge load off of me. So thank you so much. Yes, the May basket, a 10-inch quilt block. She's going to finish at 10.5 by 10.5. Sorry. Let me put these almonds away because that's not the best treat to eat while you're live. They get stuck in my front teeth. Sorry. We're friends. I feel comfortable enough with you that I could do that. All right. Who's ready to move on? Beverly wants to know, can Harlan deliver me a cup of coffee with 2 creamers in it? I wish he could, Beverly. I wish he could. I would certainly send you a cup over. I would if that were possible. Yeah, Debbie, an hour per block. That's about what I was thinking. That's about what I was thinking. That's typically what our videos have been during this series, between 45 minutes and a little over an hour, depending on how much chatting we do, right? All right, everybody, let me show you my pieces. Here is all of my pieces. I went with the same colorway as the example. So I have remnants left over from Happiness is Homemade. So those are the fabrics I'm making this block with. Let's see. Let's go ahead and start with our next question. What is the weirdest way you have met someone? What's the weirdest way that you met someone? Oh my goodness, Sherry, cheese, celery, and crackers. That sounds delicious. I'm getting hungry, y'all. These little snacks, they're not cutting it. They're not cutting it. Hello in Oklahoma. So great to hear from you. So glad you're stopping by. Hello. Oh, Hazel, migraines are no fun. They're no fun. I'm sorry you have a migraine. Ah, Erlene's having strawberries. Where's the weirdest place you've ever met somebody? Like somebody who became your friend or boyfriend or girlfriend or husband or... Aw, Debbie, your mom came by. Yeah, I've met lots of people online, right? Yes. Fun fact, I met Harlan online. And look, tomorrow we're celebrating our 7th year anniversary. So here's all my pieces. Here's all my pieces for the May basket. And I've never made this block, y'all, so y'all be patient with me. I got to break this down. The first thing we need to do is start cutting some of these pieces, okay? So we have some pieces that measure 4 7/8. Let's find those. We have 2 beige 4 7/8 by 4 7/8, and we have 1 red one. Let's start with those. 4 7/8 by 4 7/8. Let's go ahead and cut these bad boys. I'm almost thinking we're going to have some extra leftover triangles, but we'll see. We're cutting these one time. We have 1 red one. We're going to line it up on our mat, corner to corner. We have 2 beige ones. They're one right on top of each other. We're cutting one time right through the middle of these blocks. And I gotta stand up to do that. So that's the first thing we're doing. So we have 4 beige triangles and 2 larger red triangles. Now we have some pieces that measure 2 7/8 by 2 7/8, so that would be beige ones. There's 2 of those and 6 red ones. All right, so we're going to be cutting those next. These get cut in half one time, right down the middle. So we'll wind up with 4 small beige triangles and 12 red ones. That's a lot of little red triangles. I'm stacking my red ones, my red fabrics, 2 right on top of each other. We're cutting these one time right down the middle. All right, 4 little beige triangles and 12 red ones. Put those on the mat. Bring the mat back. We have one more thing to do to prep for this block. We have this one bigger piece of fabric that measures 5 1/4 by 5 1/4. We're going to cut this one lonely square. We're cutting it 4 times, or 2 times. Sorry, not 4 times. We're cutting it 2 times to make 4 triangles. So there's quite a bit of prep work to do with this block. Where's the weirdest place you've ever met someone? There's the first cut. We're going to flip them around and cut these triangles one more time. Lots of triangles in this block, y'all. Lots of triangles in this block. That's all the cutting for the May basket. So here's our pieces. Here's our pieces. Oh, Debbie, you got a root beer float. Yum. Oh, Laura says this block would be pretty with the castles in Spain. Yes. Yes, it would be. All right. So I think the easiest thing to do for this block, y'all, is not to group and pre-sew anything. I think we need to lay this block out. Okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm trying to put that right in the center. There we go. So we have 2 pieces that are 2.5 by 6.5. We have one little lonely square that's 2.5 by 2.5. And then we have all of these triangles. This is going to be the trickiest part, is trying to make sure that those go in the right places. I'm going to move them all off to the side. We're going to start building this block. And I'm going to do it upside down. It'll be right side up for you. Let's go ahead and make it a little bit more trickier. It'll be easier for you though. All right. The one lonely little 2.5 by 2.5. Let's put him right there. Then we have, let's see, our little red triangles. We're going to put one here. The little smallest beige triangle. We're going to put that there. Then we're going to pull over another red triangle. My bird is having a time downstairs. Then we need the middle size beige triangle, right? We have the small ones, the middle ones, and the large ones. We're going to be working with that middle one. That's going to go right there. We're going to bring in another red, red half square triangle, just like that. And this long strip, she goes just like that. I'm going to continue laying this out, and then we're going to pause once it's all laid out so you can lay yours out too. Red half square triangle, the small one. The beige half square triangle, the small one. Another red half square triangle, the baby one. The middle size beige triangle, and a baby red one. Now we're going to bring in one of the big guys right here, and we're going to put that right there. Then we're going to put in 2 small red ones. There's so many triangles in this block. So many triangles. Just like that. We have 2 small baby beige triangles left. One goes here. And one goes here. Red. And red. We've got another big triangle right there. Just like that. Then we have a great big red triangle. Goes just like that. We've got one more big beige triangle that goes like this. 2 more red ones that go like this. Oh, so many pieces. Like that. And this other strip that measures 2.5 by 6.5. So that's going to leave us with some extra bits, right? We have an extra large red triangle, an extra large beige triangle, and 2 medium-sized triangles that are left over after you're done piecing down all of your pieces. Now I'm going to leave that on the screen for a few minutes because that's a lot of triangles to get in the right places, right? Name something that wastes a lot of time during your day. This is like a burnt red. It's not really red. It's not really brown. It's more like a red umber. It's not really barn red. It's like a brownish red, a burnt red. The screen is probably changing the color as well. I'm going to give everybody a minute to lay this out or to take a screenshot. Miss Vicky, we are on block number 5 for today. We have one more block to do after this one. Yeah, like a burnt umber. We will be coming live tomorrow as well. I'm going to share tomorrow's block at the end of today's live. All right, let's see. Name something that wastes a lot of time during your day. I play this dumb game on my phone. It's like a slot machine game on my phone. I find myself playing that game way much more than I probably should. It wastes a good hour throughout my day if you add up all the time. It wastes a lot of time in my day, but it's also good to have a distraction, right? Connie says she wastes a lot of time eating in her day. Connie, you need the nutrients. You gotta eat. Junk emails, they waste a lot of time. Yes, they do. Sorting through what is junk, what is really junk, and what is not. Yeah, games on my phone, they waste a lot of time for me. John says, are you sure this is the easiest basket block? It looks like it has some partial seams. Girlfriend, I'm going to try to put it together so we're not doing any partial seams. I can tell you that. I'm going to study how this block goes together because I've never made it. The 5 1/4 piece of fabric, Miss Erlene, you cut that 4 times. So you cut it in half and then flip those 2 pieces and cut it in half one more time to give you 4 triangles. You cut that piece 2 times. The other ones, the 4 7/8 and 2 7/8, you only cut 1 time. Donna, I saw that. I might invest in that. Let me study this block to make sure that we're not going to be doing any partial seams here. I don't want to do no partial seams. Ain't nobody got time for that. All right, I think I have a game plan. A partial seam is when you have to sew half of the seam and then stop in order to add the next part. If you, Miss Faith, if you YouTube search partial seams, there's lots of videos on it. I'm going to try to do it so that we're not doing any of those though. I think there's a way we can do this without any partial seams. That's what we're going to try to do. Connie, you want to go on a meal and a pill. Well, that would cut out having to cook, right? You wouldn't have to cook that way, would you? All right. Who's ready to start tackling this block? I think I have a game plan. Do I still have thread? All right, I still have thread. All right, y'all, here's my game plan. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? I think it's going to work. Let's take this big beige triangle right here. Let's flip it right over onto the red one. Right? We're going to mark this seam. It's the longest one right in the middle. Let's sew that with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let's do that first. We're going to start in the middle of this block. Start right in the middle. All right, our first seam for this block, I'm going to trim these little dog ears right onto my floor. Y'all can join the other ones down there. It's a dog ear party on my floor. When I press this, I'm going to be pressing to the darker side of my half square triangle. Ah, you thought you could take a nap, huh? Wake up, you're not done today. There's no sleeping on this job, Iron. Get to work. There we go. Okie doke. There's our first seam. Half square triangle right there. Hi, Lisa. Yes, Miss Deborah, I think I have a game plan for how this is going to come together. I think so. We're starting with this first half square triangle right here. What size does it finish up to? Let me give that a measurement real quick in case you need to trim it. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. 4.5 by 4.5. If you need to square it up and trim it up, 4.5 by 4.5. All right. Guess what we're doing next? Guess what we're doing next? The next thing we're going to do, we're going to go right here, these two smaller half square triangle unit blocks. Let's flip the beige right onto the red. Beige right onto the red. I'm marking those seams. It's the longest one, but I'm still marking them. We're sewing these two seams right there. I do have more donuts. I do. But I think we're getting close to dinner time. I'm going to wait. All right, here we go. Here's the first one. Let's bring over the second one. This time we're sewing two half square triangle units together. We're going to cut those apart, trim our little dog ears right onto the floor, and press these over to the dark side. Yeah, my tummy is grumbly, grumbly. I'm going to measure these half square triangle units as soon as I give them a press, so you know the finished size of these as well. These units should measure 2.5 by 2.5 if you need to square them up or trim them down. 2.5 by 2.5. So that one goes there, and that one goes there. Two and a half by 2.5. Yep, we actually got back, Miss Vicki. We got back Friday evening. And then yesterday we came on live and gave all of the block pieces and piece counts for today so that we could spend the day sewing together. All right, so there's those two. We've done this big one, the two small ones. Let's go ahead and join the two red ones to our smaller half square triangles. So let's flip this right over. Match up those raw edges just like that and mark that seam. We're going to flip this one over and mark that seam. We're sewing two more seams, y'all. Miss Vicki, mine is a true 1/4 inch, but you might have an easier time if you're using a scant 1/4 inch. There's our first seam and our second. And I'm going to press these open and we'll ask our next question. All right, let's bring these back in. Let's see. Just like that, and just like that. So I want you to see, now that we've joined these smaller red triangles to our half square triangle, that gives us a seam that is the same width, the same length as this larger half square triangle unit right there. So there we go. I'm gonna just let you sit and get caught up for a second. I'm not even gonna trim these little dog ears off. I'm just gonna let them stay there. Y'all can stay. Let's see. Questions. Oh goodness. Food related questions. Y'all know I couldn't go a day without those. What does your perfect breakfast look like? If you were going to make the perfect breakfast, what would that include? Like hash browns, grits, bacon, sausage, and waffles. What would your perfect breakfast look like? Yep, I think we're coming together pretty good with this block, right? The very next thing we need to do is join these two units to this half square triangle. So let's flip that right down. We're going to sew that seam right there. And while we're still there, after that seam is done, I'm going to finger press it over. We're going to join to this side and then press that all once we're done sewing. What would your perfect breakfast look like? I love some grits and bacon, sausage, gravy, biscuits. Of course, I saved the food questions to closer to the end. I'm going to be starving. All right, I'm not even going to press this yet. I'm going to bring it back over and just finger press that over. And we're going to add this other section just like that. One on one side, the other on the other side. Matching up those raw edges, nice and straight. So this is what our middle looks like. So I'm going to take that over to the iron and give that a press. I will be pressing probably towards the sections that we just added, just like that. You know what? I don't think this May basket block is going to be as hard as I thought it was. I don't think so. So there we are. There we are. I'm going to give you just a second to sew those two pieces on and get them pressed. Bacon and eggs and grits and buttered toast. Oh, that sounds good. Cheesy grits. Yes. Hash browns with onions and garlic. Yes. Omelets. Oh, goodness. Fresh biscuits, breakfast burritos, fresh mangoes. Oh, my goodness. Shrimp and cheese omelet. I've never had that before. That sounds delicious. Wow. If I need some ideas for breakfast, I'm coming here and reading through the live chat and writing some stuff down. All right, let's go ahead and attach this beige triangle. Did you see that come in? If you want, you can go ahead and trim off these little dog ears. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm just cutting them right even with that raw edge straight across. Just snipping them right off. Be careful not to cut your raw edge though. There we go. There we go. You just snip off anything hanging over that raw edge. Not that you're ever going to see it, but it does add some bulkiness in your seam. All right, we're going to flip this beige triangle right on over. So here, if you can sort of line up this triangle with the corner just like that, just line it up the best you can. If you want to press it to create a seam there, that would work too. If you want to draw a line, that would work. The tip of this triangle needs to match up with the tip of this square right there. That's going to mean you're going to have some hanging over both sides. We're going to sew this seam right here with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm just eyeballing it. I'm crazy like that. Now we're going to go ahead and press this. I'll be pressing it towards the triangle that we just added. Nice and pretty. See, there we go. We're coming right along. Coming right along. I'm going to give you a second to do that. I'll go ahead and trim off these little dog ears right there. There you go, middle May basket, right in the middle. We're coming right along. Ooh, a margarita sounds delicious. Margarita sounds like a really good idea. So what do we do next? What do we do next? I see what we can do next. I'm going to give y'all a second. The next question, I think we've asked this question in a previous video in this series, but what is your favorite food combination? What is your favorite food combination? Doris, it's snowing where you are again? Oh my goodness. All right, we have that section put together. Let's go right up the side here. We're going to make this a flying geese unit. So we're going to turn one of the triangles over and match up this raw edge right here. That's going to give you a little extra tip towards the middle section. little flying geese unit. I'm going to go ahead and press that. So there's the first part of our flying geese, or flying goose. Geese, goose. We're going to flip over the other red triangle. We're lining up the raw edge at the bottom of this unit right there and right here. And we're going to sew that. Line up, Lisa. There you go. We're going to give that a press. So there's our flying goose, flying geese, flying goose. I'm going to trim those little dog ears right off here, here, and here. Just snip them right off and clean up this little unit just like that. So there she is. Next, we're moving down to a half square triangle unit right there. So we're flipping that over. We're sewing the seam right down the middle, the longest seam. And we're trimming the dog ears right off of her too. And I'll be pressing that over to the darker side. This half square triangle, I'm going to measure that for you. Is it 2.5 by 2.5? Let's see, and she goes just like that. And here in just a second, we're going to piece together our flying geese unit, half square triangle, and the solid 2.5 by 2.5. These three pieces will come together as one unit. No, I take that back. We're going to leave that right up here. The flying goose, flying geese, and the half square triangle. One seam to join this as a unit. That's what we're doing next. Yes. I think we're going to tackle the May block pretty easily. We're flipping this right down onto the bigger block. We're going to sew that seam right there. This might be one of the blocks that you sew when you can come back on the replay so that you can pause it, right? Because there's lots of sewing in this block. I feel like we have to move along a little bit to get it all in there. there we go. Once you piece together the flying geese and the half square triangle, you'll notice that the seam right next to it, the block that we did first, it's the same size. It's the same size, so no partial seam there. We're going to flip that right over, and we're going to sew that seam. We're going to line up that raw edge and sew that seam. And we're going to give this a press. You might want to press this seam open. There's going to be one tougher little seam right in there, and I'll show it to you here in just a second. I'm going to make her go to the side even though she doesn't want to. She don't want to. So here's our block so far. Here's our block so far. The seam right where this flying geese unit comes in with this that's a thick seam right there. When you go to sew this together, you're going to notice that's a thick seam. So you might want to open up that seam and press it open. I forced her to go to one side. So that's where we are. Let's see. Up here, we're going to be repeating the process with the flying geese unit. We've done quite a few flying geese units in this series. We're going to flip over one side and sew that seam right there. I did not eat any more donuts, Miss Vicky. I feel like I need to, but I'm going to wait for dinner. All right, let's work on this flying geese. There's the first side. Let me give that a press. So there's the first half. We're going to flip over the other red triangle. And we're going to sew that one on. And we're going to press this one. This block is high maintenance. This is a high maintenance block, y'all. She's high maintenance. So, there she is. I'm going to trim off the little dog ears that are hanging over the edge. She's a high maintenance one. She goes there. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Just letting you know, I could probably eat a whole rack of ribs by myself, so I hope you've made lots and lots of it. We're going to piece together this half square triangle. Let's flip over the lighter side. Mark that seam right there. And sew that with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Gonna trim off these dog ears. There's lots of work to do on this block, y'all. Gonna give that a press right over to the dark side. Now, let's see, which way does she go? She goes just like that. Now we have these three sections right here. Flying geese, half square triangle, and a solid 2.5 by 2.5 inch block right there. We're going to join one right here. Once I get this seam sewn, I'm going to just finger press it open and add the solid block right there. No partial seams, Miss Dawn. Woohoo, no partial seams. All right, we're going to flip open this half square triangle right there. And we're going to bring in the solid 2.5 by 2.5 and add it while we're right here. That May basket block, I think there's a lot of piecing to do with this block, but she's one of those blocks that it's so worth it, right? If you really want to make this quilt, it would be so worth all of the piecing for one block. It would be worth it. She's going to be pretty. So there we go. Ta-da! Yes, the Backyard Grill Sergeant, that's Harlan. He has a YouTube channel. You can check out his channel. He smokes lots of meat and he makes some sauces and he does some really fun stuff. Oh, you're so welcome. Thanks for watching. Lamalish LLC. Hello. All right, y'all. We're coming right along with this Mayflower basket. We're going to flip this section right onto this section. When you do that, you're going to notice one of your seams is going to match right there. I'm going to try really hard to make this seam line up. That's what I'm going to shoot for. You could throw some pins in there if you need to. We're going to sew right there with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, let me give this a press. Again, you're going to have one of these really thick seams right where that flying geese unit comes up to the top. You might want to try and press that seam open. I'm going to force her to one side, but she don't want to go that way. She don't want to go that way. I'm going to make her though. All right, let's see. There we go. Look, isn't she coming together? Isn't she coming together so pretty? She's so pretty. She's so pretty. All right, let me rearrange these pieces. Like this, everything starts to shrink once we start sewing things together. We're still going, Miss Beverly. We're still going. The May basket block is coming right along. She's gonna be gorgeous. I like to call these kind of blocks like her. She's a little high maintenance. You sort of have to do it in a special order for my brain for it to come together, but once you get it, she's pretty. She's a little high maintenance. All right, y'all, we're gonna be doing 2 more seams to move on. These 2 half square triangles, we're gonna flip them right over onto the long strip that measures 2.5 by 6.5. Just like this. Gonna mark those seams right there and right there. All right, here and here, that's what we're sewing next. Here's one. There's 2. I'll be pressing these over to the darker little small triangle. If you're just watching on this block so that you can take your time on the replay, I totally get it. There's lots of little seams in this block. At least that way you could pause the screen, right? Do the section and then unpause it. Once we piece these 2 sections together, they fit right along these side seams. No partial seams. No partial seams. We have 1, 2, 3 seams left to finish up this block. So I don't think it matters which side you start with, this side or that side. We're going to flip it over, line up this raw edge right there. You'll have an extra little tip that hangs over the end. That's okay. And we're going to sew that seam. We're going to give that a press before we add the other side. So that's what she looks like. That's what she looks like. Let's see, what are 2 of your favorite snacks? We're flipping this right over. We're going to make sure this raw edge and this raw edge lines up. You'll have a little tip right here that hangs over. I like to make sure those little seams underneath of my block are laying nice and flat. We're going to press that open. And then we have one more seam for this quilt block. You know what? I don't think the Mayflower is as hard as what she looks. She might be high maintenance, but she's also a pretender, y'all. I don't think she's as hard as what she looks. She high maintenance though. There we go. I'm going to trim off these little dog ears, just nice and flush with that raw edge right there, just to reduce some of the bulk in this block. Y'all can join the other ones on the floor. There's a dog ear party on my floor. Look at her, look at her. We have one seam left. What is your favorite 2 snacks? I have lots of favorite snacks. Chips and cheese sauce. That's one of my favorites. Beef jerky, that's another one of my favorites. Let's go ahead and finish this last seam, y'all. Let's finish it up. We're going to flip her right over. Flip her right over. Where she really needs to go is lined up right here, right across. So if it helps you to take this and give it a press to give you a reference mark, then you might find that helpful. Let's do some finger presses just to give some creases right in there. I don't necessarily want to press my block like that, but it'll give you a little line. You might not be able to see that, but it'll help you give a centering point for the tip of your triangle. Just to make sure it's centered right in there. Then you're going to sew that seam. This is the last seam for Mayflower. And I'm going to give her a press, and we'll have our big reveal of the Mayflower block. This block, she's a little bit of both. She's a pretender and she's high maintenance, all in one. She's pretty spectacular. Look at that. I could trim these little dog ears right off the side here. And right off the side here. There we go. There she is, y'all. There she, oh. Let's do her on point. There you go. There she is. On point. On point. The Mayflower block. We did it. We did it. Oh, goodness. We did it. The 5th block. The 5th block, May basket. Oh, you want to see the May basket next to... Well, the May basket's a 10-inch block, and Castles in Spain was a 12-inch quilt block, but if you want to kind of get an idea of what it might look like, they don't even fit in the screen. Let's see. Let's just see. You might be able to find reduce the size or increase the size of one of them if you wanted to put them together. You can kind of see like that. They're not going to all fit on my table very well, but there you go. There she is. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Oh, Sherry, you're going to sew the heart block live? Yeah, we've got one more block. We're going to do the heart block as a tribute to Mother's Day to finish up today's live. All right, Miss Vicky, go spend time with your hubby. Yes. Bye, Miss Libby. Hope you have a great visit. This is called May Basket. May Basket. May Basket. And this was castles in Spain, side by side. They're not the same size block, but you kind of get an idea of what they would look like together. May Basket. There she is. There she is. I kind of like her a lot. I kind of like her a lot. Ta-da! Yes, a black sashing around it. Yes, that would make it work, right? That would be stunning. All right, everybody, we have one more quilt block to do for today's live. We're going to be starting block number 6. Let me move my May basket right over with the other quilt blocks. There they are. Let me show you the next block we're doing. This will be the last block for today. The heart quilt block. It's going to be a 12-inch quilt block. You need at least 2 colors, right? You need a background fabric like white or beige or some color as your background that goes around your heart. And then you need some pinks or reds or a combination of both. These are the pieces. We're going to take like a 4-minute break. We're going to take a 4-minute break, and then we're coming back to finish this up. While we're on break, I'm going to bring over my pieces for the last block. And yes, the heart block as a tribute for Mother's Day. All right, everybody, we'll be right back.
Now, where's our position we got to be at?
Right there is good.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, everybody.
I can't tell where to stand or look.
Yay! I want to introduce y'all. Y'all saw Bethany a little earlier. This is my oldest son, Daniel,
How's it going? Happy Mother's Day.
and our middle daughter, Bailey.
Hi.
Daniel and Bailey. They've come for dinner, and they're here to hang out for a little while after dinner. So they just got here a few minutes ago, so I wanted them to come up and say hello to everybody. Don't we all look a lot alike?
Yeah, and the chins.
The chins, the cheeks, the eyes.
That's how you can tell that we're hers.
Yeah. Except they don't have silver hair. They don't have the silver hair like I do.
At least not yet.
Hello, Daniel and Bailey.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Happy Mother's Day.
So here on the screen are the pieces for the heart block. This is the block we're going to finish up with today. Everybody saying hello.
Hey, everybody.
They're all saying hello.
Oh, hey.
There's quite a delay in what we say and when they hear it. So
Yeah, I can see myself in the camera now.
yeah. I'm going to leave these pieces on the screen for a minute. I want you to go gather all of your pieces for this block. This is our last block for the day. We've been sewing since 12 o'clock today.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a long time. I'm surprised our internet has kept up this whole time. They said thank you for sharing your mom with us. All right, we're going to flip over the screen. I'm going to show you my pieces for this block. We're going to finish this block up, y'all, and then it's dinner time. Dinner
All right,
time.
everybody. Nice seeing y'all. Happy Mother's Day again to the ones that are now just coming in. All right, love you, Mom.
Love you. I'll be down in just a little while.
All right.
You're welcome to stay and hang out if you want.
Oh, I'm going to leave it to you.
All right, love you. I'll
Love you,
see you in
Mom.
just a little bit.
That candle smells really good.
Doesn't that candle smell good?
Yeah.
So here's our pieces for the heart block. So I went with like a cream or off-white background instead of stalk white. And then here's 10 pieces of pink and red, and I just mixed them up. I'm going to make my heart scrappy a little bit. I'm going to make it scrappy a little bit. Aren't they awesome? They're pretty awesome. So here's our pieces for the heart block. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready? Da-da-da-da-da-da. One of our last questions. If you could have a homemade pie, what kind of pie would it be? I mentioned this earlier. When we were up seeing Harlan's parents, his mom made a homemade blueberry pie with blueberries from last year's crop that she had frozen. Oh my goodness, that was some kind of good. If you could have any kind of homemade pie for your dessert today, what kind of pie would you pick? Tracy, you just got here. You'll have to catch up later this week. Yeah. 5 other blocks. Come back on the replay. They're all here waiting for you, and you take your time. Don, you're threading your machine. I'm going to give you a second to do that. Pumpkin and apples. Cherry cheesecake. Yum. Pecan pie. Strawberry rhubarb, apple pie, blackberry cheesecake, lemon meringue. Oh, my mom makes a lemon meringue pie that'll pucker your cheeks. It's delicious. Dutch apple with whipped cream. Pink lemonade. I've never tried a pink lemonade pie. Miss Diana, thank you so much. It is my pleasure to spend Mother's Day with you. I've had the best day. I really have. Pumpkin pie, cherry pie, strawberry pie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Diana. Y'all remember Shoney's? Does anybody still have a Shoney's where they live? My favorite pie growing up was strawberry pie from Shoney's. Oh, I loved their strawberry pie. All right. I'm hoping everybody got their pieces all lined up for this block. And your machine's threaded. We have a little bit of work to do with this block, okay? With our white pieces, you see I have them separated. You have 2 that are 3.5 by 3.5. And you have 4 that are 4 3/8 by 4 3/8. Then you have 10 that are 4 3/8 by 4 3/8. We're cutting the 4 3/8 pieces. That's the first thing we're gonna do. And y'all, we're making half square triangles, but this time in this block, we are gonna have to make our half square triangles smaller. Okay, so when we're finished with our half square triangles, we will be trimming them down and squaring them up to 3.5 by 3.5. So if you get done before I do, you're going to be trimming down your half square triangles to 3.5 by 3.5. We're cutting all of these pieces directly in half one time. There's a Shoney's in Nashville. Oh my goodness. Time to go to Nashville. So there's our white ones. Let's set those off to the side. And then we have all of these 10 red and pink in my case, squares that are 4 3/8 by 4 3/8. You can do them all scrappy. You can do them all the same color if you want to. It's your heart block. Make it the way you want it. We're going to cut those in half. Right down the middle. Just like this. And I have one more set to go. Just like this. One more set to cut. You should end up with 20 pink or red or any combination of pink and red triangles. You should have 20 of them. We'll bring back the mat. Here's where we are. Gonna give you a second to cut all of your pieces. Ooh, quiche is good too. Yes. I like quiche. I used to like the buffet at Shoney's too. Shoney's used to make a cabbage beef soup. My mom got the recipe before they closed. Oh, it is so good. It is so good. Cabbage and beef soup. Shoni's recipe, delicious. All right, everybody. Now we need to lay this out, and I don't have a picture example to go by, so we're winging it. And I'm going to try to wing it upside down so that it's right side up for you. It might take me a second to lay this out. Here's my pieces right on the side. I might have to adjust my pieces here and there. Let's start with the top corners. And keep in mind, once we sew these half square triangles together, we're going to have to square them up and make them smaller. We're going to have to. And then let's do this. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Doing it upside down is tricky. Like that. Like this. I'm going to have to overlap these pieces to get them all right in there. Like that. Like that. And like that. They're not going to all fit in there. I'll scoot it out some. There we go. And I'm really laying it out like this, y'all, because I want to mix up my pieces so they're kind of evenly spread out, my red pieces. I know that's going to look crazy for a second. So then, let's see. Like this and like that. This and like that. I might end up moving some of these around. Let's get them all out first. This. I'm going to run out of all of the other colors, and I'm going to have a lot of pink left over. Like that. Like that. Let's move one of these like that. I'm going to have to double check this, y'all. I'm going to have to double check. Is she all going to fit down in here? Sorry, I'm just trying to get it all laid out correctly. Like that. Am I missing one? 19. I have a fabric stuck together somewhere. Where is she? There she is. Trying to be tricky. And I have more pinks than I have anything else. Let's move a pink down here. Like that. Like that and like that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do y'all see the heart coming together? Do you see it? She's crazy and wonky. There we go. She's crazy and wonky. There's our heart laid out. We're going to be sewing lots of half square triangles. Lots of half square triangles. I think the easiest way for me to do it so I don't get them mixed up is just go row by row by row. I think that would be the easiest way for me to do it. Just trying to spread those pinks out. I didn't realize I cut more pinks than anything else. I think that looks good. High maintenance block. Yeah, she's lots of half square triangles. Then we're going to have to trim them down to 3.5 by 3.5. I don't know why I did it that way. So let's finish up with a couple questions. What are some of your favorite scenes from movies? Like, I don't know if y'all ever saw the movie Somewhere in Time with Christopher Reeves back in the 80s, I think. Somewhere in Time, where he's sitting on, he thought she left, and he's devastated on the porch, but she didn't leave, and she's walking across the green grass, and she sees him up on the balcony, and she yells, "Richard!" Favorite scene all time for me from a movie. All right, are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? We're going to start right down here in this bottom. We have 2 half square triangle blocks we need to sew together. So let's pull this white right on top, just like this. We're sewing the longest seam here and here. The longest seam. So there's one. You know, movie quotes like, "Go ahead, make my day." What are some of your favorite scenes from movies? Favorite quotes, maybe? At this point, I'm not even going to bother trimming off these dog ears because we've got to trim these blocks down. Let's go ahead and press those 2 seams. We've got to trim these blocks down to 3.5 by 3.5. And I would do that once everything is together. So there's one and the second block for the first row. Just like that. That's going to form the tip of our heart at the bottom. This middle row is all scrunched in together. We're going to flip over each one of these and we're going to sew the longest seam. I know it looks crazy right this second. Everything's going to start shrinking up as we start piecing and trimming. This second row is going to have 4 seams going across it. We're going to chain piece these. There's the first one. Line up those raw edges. Get them lined up. There's two. Three, and the fourth one for the second row. Again, I'm not even going to bother cutting the dog ears. We got to trim these down. So I'm just going to separate them and give them a press open. If you're pressing a white and a red or pink, I'm pressing those seams over to the red. Like that. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today on Mother's Day. It's been a lot of fun. It's a lot of sewing, isn't it? That's a lot of sewing. Let me move this right over there. Like that. I know I'm going to have a lot of fun coming back later this evening and really reading through the live chat where I can just sit and enjoy reading everyone's answers and conversation. There's the half square triangles for this row. What I really wanted to do was form a diamond in here, so that's really what I wanted to do right here. I'm going to have to pay attention to that. You don't have to. You could do a pinwheel right here if you wanted to. It's your block. Do it the way you want to. The third row, we're going to have 4 half square triangles to sew together. So we're going to flip those. Yes, this block has got a lot of sewing too. Lots of sewing too. We're going to chain piece of these 4 seams. There's one. Can y'all believe I'm still on the same bobbin as when we started? Two. Three, and one more. And we're going to snip those apart. Snip. 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 And press these open. Lots of sewing and pressing. Sewing and pressing. Sewing and pressing. Favorite movie scenes? I know. As soon as I said, can you believe I'm still sewing with the same bobbin, I just thought I was going to jinx myself and run out. All right, let me try to spread these pinks out a little bit. Like that. That. So many pinks like that. Yeah, like that. Let's turn her around like this. That would be pretty, right? That's pretty. Our next question as we do this last row right here. Name what is the last goal that you accomplished? It could be with sewing, it could be with something totally different. What's the last goal that you accomplished, that you set out to finish and you finished? 4 half square triangles on this top row. We're flipping them right over. Just like this. Flipping them right over. And flipping them right over. We got 4 more half square triangles to sew together. There's 1. 2. 3, and the last one. Now originally when I designed it, was figuring out the measurements for this block, I probably, to save time, should have figured out the measurement to make these half square triangles finish at 3.5 by 3.5, but I know so many of you make your half square triangles bigger and cut them down anyway. So in case that's something that you wanted to see, I thought we would do that for the heart block. Let me get them all pressed and then I'll rearrange them back in. I thought we would do that for this last block. Square them all up. Square them all up. Again, just like with anything else, there's several different ways you can square up your blocks. I'll be showing you how I like to do it. I'm just getting them laid back out. Dun, 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 dun. Conundrum. I don't want 2 pinks together. All right, 2 pinks together. There you go. Name a goal that you recently accomplished, that you set out to finish, and you finished it. Here's our layout. Here's our layout. I wonder if there's somewhere I can move him. Yep. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to rearrange these for a second. Give me just a second. We're going to be rearranging. There we go. I like that better. I like that better. There we go. Carol, you think this block is beautiful? She is. She'll be our Happy Mother's Day block and our quilt. We did an Easter block. The little Easter bunny right there. That was Easter. This is Mother's Day. There we go. So I'm going to just scoot this. How can I scoot this? Scoot it out of the way. Because now we're going to square these pieces up. We got to make the half square triangles 3.5 by 3.5. And I don't want to lose my layout. I don't want to lose the layout. So I'm just scooting it over a little bit. Hopefully you can see right here. I'm going to start with one of the half square triangles and my ruler. We need it to be 3.5 inches. There's a line that runs diagonal right through the ruler. I'm matching that up with the line that runs, that seam that runs right through the middle of my block. I'm going to line up that seam a little bit towards the middle so I still have some to trim on all sides. That's going to trim it up nice and pretty. You could just line it up with the 3.5 by 3.5 like that. Let's go ahead and do that. 3.5, 3.5. We're trimming off 2 sides. I'm going to stand up to have better control. I don't want this to slip and mess up my half square triangle. And we want to be safe with that rotary cutter, right? So then we have one little dog ear right down here. There we go. Pretty squared up half square triangle. So I'm just going to be repeating this over and over again. Over and over again, squaring up each one of these blocks. 3.5 by 3.5. Just like that, and trim off that little dog ear. We're bringing each one over. I'm going to stand up the whole time to do this. A goal that I accomplished in the last couple of days is I finished sewing the binding on my quilt. The quilt that I made with the tiles by screen printing, I finished that up the other day. Three and a half by 3.5. If you're really good and you've got control over what you're doing, I guess you could stack these one on top of each other. I don't have that much control, so I'm doing them individually. So it's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute. by 3.5. And trim the dog ear. She's going to be a pretty little block. Hey Chantel, welcome back. It was one of the questions for today. Name a goal that you recently accomplished. It doesn't have to be with sewing or quilting. Could be a life goal. Could be a project goal. Could be a work goal. Name a goal that you recently accomplished. We're trimming half square triangles. Trimming, trimming. I'll trim those dog ears here in a second. I want to just trim. Trim, Lisa, trim. I'll have to recheck these to make sure I'm putting them back in the right order. I'll have to recheck them. Three and a half by 3.5. At least when you make them bigger and you trim them down, that gives you nice, pretty, and exact half square triangles, right? Nice and exact. It just takes a little longer, that's all. It just takes a little longer. Three and a half, 3.5. All right, I've only got 2 more left to do. 2 more. Dun, dun, dun. This is the last one. All right, I can sit back down. There we go. See all the tidbits that we trimmed off? That's a lot of tidbits. That's all right. That's all right. Now I can move this back in. Just like that. Trim off these little dog ears and give you a second to finish trimming up your half square triangles. Got one little dog ear to trim off. One little dog ear. They're going to join the little dog ear party going on by my feet on the carpet down here. There you go. Go join the party. Ta-da, ta-da. See how we shrunk up some? Let me get it all back up here on the board. I think with this block, there's so many different ways you could turn your triangles. You could do a pinwheel right in the center of this heart if you love pinwheels, like some of us do. Or you could make a little square and square diamond shape like I'm gonna do. You could do that. It's your heart block. It's your Mother's Day block. You could do whatever you want to with your half square triangles. There we go. Let me get her in the view. Whew, that was a lot of work. Aw, Catakip, that's okay. Yes, finish up this block tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thanks for spending part of your day with me. I appreciate that so much. The half square triangle blocks, Miss Brenda, are 3.5 by 3.5. Yay, Chantel, you learned about the 1/4 inch seam on your machine. That's awesome. Goal accomplished. Janice, you finished your art quilts. Yes, you did, didn't you? What did I use to make the stencil with the screen printed quilt? I used my brother's Scan and Cut, Miss Ella. I used my brother's Scan and Cut. I show that in the video, so if you want to check that out, there's a video on my channel all about it. Ah, Danetta is learning free motion quilting. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's exciting. That's awesome. All right, here's our layout. To sew this block together, we're going to be doing some chain piecing, y'all. We're going to make 4 rows going straight across, just like this. I'm going to sew it all together. We've done several blocks just like this. We're going to move the second row onto the first. Second row over to the first. Second over to the first. Each one of these seams with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then we're just going to stay right at the sewing machine, adding each block in the row as we move along. So there's the first one. Oh yeah, I used vinyl. I think it was Oracle 651 vinyl. It's like a craft vinyl that I used. And I used my Speedball screen printing frame. All right, there's our first 4 seams. We're going to move right back up to the top. Y'all, we're just chain piecing, finger pressing that seam open, bringing in the next one, checking it, flipping it, and sewing it. Finger press the second one open, bring that over, flip it and sew it. We're on row number 3. We're going to flip that open. Bring in this block. Check it. Make sure it's going the way you want it to. Flip it over and sew it. Our last row. Flip it over. Finger press it open. Bring in this block. Let's make sure it's going the right way. Flip it and sew it. And we're going back up to the top. We have one more block in each row to add. We're flipping open, pulling in, and sewing together. Oh, we're coming along, y'all. We're almost there. Almost there. I am so hungry. I'm so hungry. Our last block to add to the last row. So there's our rows. Our rows are sewn together just like that. We have connecting threads. Let's open them up just like this. Ooh, she's gonna be pretty. I'm just snipping these connecting threads, separating my rows. Snip, snip, and snip. And y'all, I like to nest my seams. So I'm going to be alternating from row to row to row to row. These seams will go to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. And that's going to help me nest all these seams. And hopefully they all match up. That's the plan. That's the plan. That's the plan anyway. Let's see. Ooh, she's gonna be pretty. So these seams need to go that way. So that's row number 2. Seams going back the other way. If you're someone who likes to press your seams open, by all means, feel free to do that. Press them on open. And to finish up this block, y'all, we have 3 seams. Three seams to finish this up. Our last question for the day. What is the most outdated piece of technology that you still use on a regular basis? We're going to flip over this row and that row. And then we're going to flip over this top row right onto the second. I'm working these seams, y'all. We're sewing this seam and this seam with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Last question of the day. What is a piece of technology that is out of date, but you still use it to this day? I'm just nesting these seams as we work one side to the other. Here's our first one. Let's bring in the second set. Matching up those seams all the way across. And while we're here, y'all, I'm going to do some finger pressing. I'll move it over here. I'm not going to press this block quite yet. I am going to finger press the pieces open and put them in the right order. So there's the bottom half. Here's the top half. We have one seam left for this block right in the middle. So before I even go to the iron, I'm just going to flip the top half right to the bottom. Line up these seams. And this is our last seam for the day. Yay, we made it. We made it, y'all. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. And I did not run out of bobbin thread the whole day. That is awesome. Gonna give this block a press for the final big reveal. For the final big reveal. She's a pretty one. She's pretty. She's pretty. I could see making a whole quilt with this heart block. That's a lot of half square triangles though, isn't it? That's a lot. But she is pretty. All right, here we go. The big reveal of the heart block. There she is. We made it through, y'all. We made it through. Yay! We made it through. Oh my goodness. And we're only 19 minutes over the time that I estimated. That's not bad because we took several breaks today, right? We took several breaks today and really took our time, I think. Angel, you made all 6 blocks. Holy moly. Oh, that's from Cindy. Her comments aren't working. Holy moly, Cindy. That is awesome. Whew. There we go. Isn't she so pretty? I want to thank each and every moderator through the very beginning to the end. Thank y'all so, so much. Wow, today could have been really stressful without y'all being here. Today could have been really stressful. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. Isn't she pretty? I like her a lot. Miss Hazel, thank you so much. Aw, thank you, Miss Hazel. I hope y'all had as much fun as I have. I hope y'all have had a fantastic, fantastic Mother's Day. Sherry, you're going to have to fix your heart block. You'll have time to really slow down and take your time. Yay. I'm so glad I entertained y'all today. Yeah, and we made some really fantastic quilt blocks today, right? Some easy ones, some not so easy. All right, before we go, before you jump out, I do want to share what we're doing tomorrow and leave that on the screen for a minute in case you're taking notes, okay? In case you're taking notes. Thank you, Lynn. Lynne? I want to say Lynn. Lynne. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. Yay, Chantel, you're going to work on more blocks from now on. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yay. Tomorrow we're doing the Louisiana block. It's going to be a 12-inch quilt block. You need 3 colors of fabric. I'm going to be using blue, light brown, and dark brown for tomorrow's block. And I laid it out 2 different ways, set in rows and set on point, just so you could get an idea of what it would look like in 2 different arrangements. More triangles tomorrow. More triangles tomorrow. We're going to be reassessing at midweek how many more blocks we're going to make in this series, right? Because things are starting to open back up in different states. Here in Virginia, on Friday, we're going into phase 1, which the different phases, it's so confusing. Each state even might be different. Phase 1, restaurants with outdoor seating can open to half of that. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Thank you. Some of the stores can open at half capacity with the remaining social distance and wearing face masks, right? I forget what all phase 1 is. It's so confusing, but states are going to start doing that. More people are going to start going back to work, right? Thank you so much, Teresa Louise. I quilt too. Thank you. Y'all are so welcome. It's made my day. Now I get to go have dinner with my family, with the kids. Harlan's worked all day since 5 o'clock this morning to make dinner for us. That'll just be the perfect ending to the perfect day, right? Perfect ending to the perfect day. So yeah, we're going to reassess midweek to see where we are, how many more blocks we're doing. But this is tomorrow's block. We're meeting here tomorrow around 12:30, like we have been. Today we caught up on all the blocks that we missed while we made our short trip. So we're caught up to date. There's a block for every day. It's like 48 blocks. Oh, thank you, Hazel. Yeah, our anniversary's tomorrow. 7 years. 7 years. I wanted to leave these pieces on the screen before we go for today so you can get them. That's the block. 2 examples of what you could do with this block, and those are the pieces. Those are the pieces. I'm going to take this down, and I'm just going to do a really quick show and tell of each one of our blocks from today, right? Here is Scrap Wonder. Isn't she pretty? Scrap Wonder was the first block we did today. Scrap Wonder. And then we did Beacon of Light. Beacon of Light. Beacon of Light tried to mess me up today, but I won. She's a pretty quilt block. Looking at her again, I really like her a lot. Beacon of Light. Then we did, which one did we do after that? Castles in Spain. Pretty fabulous, right? Castles in Spain. I like this one. Then we did the Balcon's Puzzle, which was a lot of fun. That's a cute one. Sometimes I want to hold it on point. Balcon's Puzzle. She's a pretender block. She looks more complicated than she is. And then we did the May Basket. And I'm going to hold this one on point too. Look how stunning that is. May Basket. High maintenance pretender block. Thank you so much, Lynn. Aw, thank you. May Basket. High maintenance, but also a pretender. She was both. And then we finished up with the heart block for today. Look how pretty she is. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. I hope y'all have had so much fun. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I cannot believe we've done a live for 6 hours and 27 minutes. Holy moly. That's a goal for me. We talked about goals. That's a goal that I accomplished. My longest live ever. Thank y'all so much for spending time with me today. I'm going to have so much fun filling in some space on my wall with these 6 quilt blocks. I'm going to start running out of space. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Mother's Day. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for being understanding while we went on our trip. I know today was a lot, and it might take y'all a couple days to do the 6 blocks, but you can do them in your own time on the replay, nice and slow, right? Nice and slow. I love y'all so much. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. I'll look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. We'll be making Louisiana block. Louisiana. Louisiana. All right, everybody. I'm going to see y'all all tomorrow, okay? I love you so much. Bye.